people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on the recycle.
Excellent. Sounds interesting. Very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do.
Bags?
Yes,
Oh.
I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that. So, okay. So if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. If you're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree. It's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot at here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staffed all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream. We got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here.
Duty to Devon.
Duty calls.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. It's 10 a.m. We're in the city chambers. I call this city commission workshop meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner Duval, Mr. Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emrich, and Commissioner Petra. There's quorum present for this meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, City Clerk Faust, Administrative Service Specialist Lane, Police Chief Garrison, and Fire Chief Titus. Congratulations, Police Chief Garrison. And Valerie, how'd you like to lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, any public comments? All right, moving on to general business. A 25-2482, discussion and possible direction regarding the fiscal year 2026 city manager's proposed budget. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today is a continuation of our workshop conversation. We do have a presentation that we want to guide you through for this particular item. As you recall, we met mid-June, June 16th, 17th, and we received the guidance from the board regarding the information that we had prepared as a balanced budget. And one of the things you directed us to do was to go back and find some other funding to redistribute through a couple of different line items that we're going to get to. And we've received some other information in as well from outside sources that affected our budget, so we've balanced that as well. But we'll begin just by walking us through some of the information so we can all get caught up. As a reminder, our strategic pillars are as follows: safe community, quality of life, economic development and growth management, environmental resiliency and sustainability, infrastructure and facilities integrity, good governance, disaster response and recovery management. We do know that while these are all important, all pillars are not created equal, but they all do represent an opportunity for what we have to do and provide for the citizens in the most effective way. And that's where the challenge of the process comes in. And we thank you for looking at and listening to everything that you did for us in early June. And we feel like we're on a pathway to meet your needs and make sure that the items are covered as you would require. So right now we're in step 3 of our budget process, going over the second round of conversation and choices and changes. And by the time we get to September, when you come back from recess, we'll present to you as regulated through the state the proper budget approval so that we can have our budget approved prior to October 1st. When we look at the June workshop activities, here we are talking about the $500,000 that was included back in the police operating budget. This was done based on your direction, and the purpose of it was to make sure that even though police did not have the total amount of funding that it was requesting for the year, that it had more than what we put into it, which was not an unreasonable request. We know that their budget in the general fund is our largest budget, but they also have the most needs due to their size based on the function that they provide for our citizens and our community to feel safe and to have great response times when they are in need. And not only do they do a great job of that internally, but they also do well with partnering with other surroundings, such as the sheriff and Sarasota County, et cetera, to make sure that we keep a safe city. The $500,000 that was requested to put back in was directly related to future facilities maintenance. And the report that we got this year that talked about the shortcomings that we have as a city, the shortcomings that we have in not funding future maintenance is a all too familiar story of being able to kick the can down the road, and your desire to reduce that is appreciated.
because we know that based on the later conversation that we talked about today, our unfunded capital improvement projects is something that we have to stop and take a stand on as well. We are entering a time in our city's life cycle where things are just starting to need to be repaired. You know, he was 65 years old. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that we are talking about are multiple decades old, and that only creates a bigger problem down the road if we don't stop and address it right now. So we thank you for putting that in there for that to happen. The last big change that was made by the board was $654,000 for phase 1 of linear parking over on Route 1. We do know that this is caused by one of those good problems, which is the area over there is needing the space because of the activity from the businesses that are generating, which is bringing another sort of not only welcome activity for our residents, but it also brings in revenue for this city. And this particular problem, which has been there for a while, is being addressed. So we're grateful that we're able to keep that going, keep it moving, and work with the people there to make sure that the project meets the needs of not only the citizens, but the business owners as well. When you look at what the taxable value is that we are working with, which is one of the main funding sources of how we look at the money that we have to move on with the current year's budget, I'll remind you that this number, which today sits at 8.86%, traditionally has been 25, 27, and I think dropped to maybe 17% in recent years. So our numbers are going down, and as one report said, our home values have the sharpest decrease in the country. I think it was at 10.3%. But then another article still celebrated us as one of the fastest growing cities. So in my mind, maybe the home values coming down will keep the people wanting to come here as we do experience that particular change. It may not balance out in the revenue that we've been used to seeing over the last 3 years before this year, but it is hopeful that if people still keep coming here, as we believe they should, it'll keep our other plans of growth and trajectories of what we know the city needs to build out to in order to get that revenue source so that we can do the things that we need to do, not only on a unfunded CIP basis, but making sure if it is the will of the commission that the millage rate stays the same. This would be a key factor in the future of that rate continuing along that pathway. The increase in FRS contribution was something that we didn't know at the actual mid-June budget, and the $478,000 figure was given to us as one that we have to allow for, and so we made changes to accommodate for that, none of which were too big, and these are sort of the things that happen behind the scenes that you normally would not sort of be bothered with, but we're trying to show you as much as possible some of the decisions and impacts of things that are material in nature so that you can better understand sort of what the balancing of the budget looks like. So when we have things that are within our control, like things that you gave us, there are things like this outside of our control, which comes and we have to adjust for those, and that's just part of us budgeting. With the millage rate staying the same, 3.7667 for the 6th year in a row, that is impressive. I have been and will continue to say that a small, steady millage increment rate is going to be better than, I believe, the 13% increase that we had at last time that we had before this 6% started. But it is going to catch up to us at some point where we need to be able to raise more revenue for the city. We focus a lot on our expenses, as we should, and our people, as we said in our first meeting in mid-June, is our most costly driver of expense for the entire city. So as part of what we've done, as we talked about, was reimagining how we bring on the police, and I'll use the police because they're the biggest example, but there are other smaller examples as well for other departments. But looking at how we bring on the police force needed staff in fiscal year 26 is going to be very, very important. So I think that's something that none of us need to lose sight on, and we all need to make sure that we stay in constant communication about what the need is and how do we want to get that need. But overall, we have to make sure if we keep this millage rate the same as you have directed for this year, that we look at things a little bit differently. When people leave, when we have our strategic hiring initiative. We look at people and determine to ensure that those positions need to be replaced and how those duties are being performed and who's performing duties in similar fashions, and all of those things need to be on the table as we continue to move through the process of making sure that our human resources and our staffing levels stay within the limits and needs of what we should have to provide the quality of services that you want, as well as making sure that if we can provide a little bit of give and take, that we do so in order to keep our figures down for our millage rate. We did receive our second DOGE letter from the governor's office on July the 11th, and they asked for a quick turnaround, which I think the first one was a quick turnaround as well, but it was on this past Monday, July 21st. It really asked for some more revenues and expense numbers. We shared it with you, and we shared it online, and so we posted and been transparent about what they've asked for and what we've provided. From my understanding, some of their next steps through other municipalities have been to schedule an on-site visit. So hopefully they will come on site to ask us some questions and details about the numbers we provided and what we do and why we do. They're never going to be able to get the context from just us sending them numbers. They're going to have to ask us some questions at some point. And we look forward to them when they want to come here and do that, and we'll be prepared and we'll be able to respond to what we have done and where we spend our money and why. If we can't answer where we spend our money and why, then we shouldn't have done it in the first place. So I feel very comfortable that when they get here and they see our overall and total comprehensive city package of what we do and why we do it, they'll have a better understanding of how we presented you a balanced budget and how we continue to operate a city of this size on a millage rate that doesn't change, and a population that continues to grow and be one of the fastest growing in the country. So when you look at the next couple of slides, we're going to talk about a couple of changes from the first time until the Dream Workshop until this workshop. We just wanted to show you some of these changes. A lot of them are minor when you see them, but again, we're showing you what we see. And when you go through this and you see some of this, some of them you're going to see, well, there's the $500,000 that we said for police. There's the $500,000 that we said for the facilities maintenance fund continuation. And this is sort of what it looks like on a line item by line item basis in its totality. This also is getting you familiar with the line item basis that we're going to go through when we look at the unfunded CIP in the next item. I think it's important that we go through that one line item, because we need to make sure that you understand why we did that. So when you look at the changes from this workshop, you'll see the one that draws attention, and I'm going to speak about probably a lot of today, is going to be the surtax one that you see in the middle. The surtax has sort of been our safety net for some projects and the reshuffling of projects to make sure that some things were done that we needed done. And that's going to be our natural first, or one of our first starting points to say, well, let's look at surtax and what can we do with it? When I tell you that you have looked at it and you have kicked it around as much as you possibly can, the only way to sort of re-look at surtax at this point would be to have a surtax specific meeting where you would do some wholesale changes to what we have projected in the future of that particular funding source. Not saying you can't do it, but it would be more than just nibbling around the edges, so to speak. Because when we make sacrifices and changes to projects that we've brought before you, we've done that a lot already. And I'll use the example of the Emergency Operations Center, where we're waiting on the final GMP price through the fire chief. But let's say that number comes in and it's $4 million short. We've sort of rearranged and moved money around in order for that to happen in the past. And my goal is to continue to figure out ways so that we don't put you in the position of having to pick winners and losers based on particular projects that have been already slated to be done. But I think that point we're really bumping up at the end of being able to do that. And that's where the challenge is coming in on our side. And so when we can no longer sort of do that in a way that is comfortable, then that's when we bring you in to get your direction on some of what are the priorities that we're having challenges with and what needs to shift up and down in priority based on how you as a board might direct. So this is sort of where the challenge comes in with sort of making sure that we don't neglect one particular item for another one, based on all the department needs that we know that we have. And here's just a second slide of the changes from the workshop. You see police right down there near the bottom, which you asked for, and you can also see the FRS that was included in that as well. So we have presented you a balanced budget, and now based on the sequence of the next few slides, we'll go through the departments and sort of just show you exactly how they landed and ended out. If you remember when we talked in June in the workshops, we went through every single department was a different agenda item. Now we sort of just combined them as a holistic view for you to see. And when we get through the end, you're happy to let us know any questions you may have or any direction you want to give based on what you've seen that we provided. The general fund budget that we're looking at here shows an increase of $8.7 million, or approximately almost 10% from the adopted budget, which is good, it's positive. You always want to see your general fund, of course, be healthy enough to keep up with the expenses that we know that we have. I don't think I can say it enough, but I think we all know that things continue to rise in price, and we have to keep up with it one way or the other. And that's the challenge, and I believe that we have done so by looking at our general fund balance overall, the fund balance. When you look at this slide, you'll notice that the remaining balance after our 20% reserve, so the 20% reserve is approximately almost $20 million. So that is your rainy day fund. So when it happens at a general fund level, that would be it. That's not to be confused with how we balanced or used the road and drainage fund for Ian for when all of that happened and we had to expend our money, most of which we got back through FEMA. But it's no surprise to anyone to know that we're all sort of waiting and to see what's going to happen with the future of FEMA. It may not go away, but it just may look differently. And it may look differently at a state level, and the state has its own challenges. So there's going to have to be some sort of communication and agreement with the federal and the state levels of government, what and how the local government will be supported during that transition of that agency. And I don't know that that's been decided yet, but as soon as we know something, you'll know something. And as you can tell from this diagram, 1.88% or $1.8 million is what we are above that 20% number that I just recommended. So your general fund is in a healthy place. We would and we believe that based on what we're doing at the end of this current fiscal year, that we're going to put it in a healthier place. We don't know what that's going to be yet, but I can almost guarantee you it's going to be more than what you have in there right now, above the 20%. And that's a very positive place and feeling to have for your general fund for our city. Human Resource Department, we talked to and went through their budget. They're have an increase of $1.27 million. This department, as it continues to grow, they are expanding. They're expanding their services. They're expanding their reach. We know that if we don't train and keep our people, we will lose our people, and it costs more money through turnover than it does to actually train them and keep them in the right working environment. So we're always going to make sure that we try to keep up our HR team with what they need so that we can be one of the places that are recognized as one of the better places to work in this area, region, and in this state. And I do believe that we bring a lot to the table. Looking at their fund balance, you'll notice that they have the self-insurance risk fund, which of course we are self-insured, and the self-insurance medical fund, as well as the employee benefits of 810. There's nothing there that concerns us at this point. We've talked about the insurance and what benefits we provide to our employees and looking at different models of a different contribution level so that we can make sure that the city doesn't have to eat or bear all of the gap in between what they pay and what the cost is. So the city has done very well in being that middle agent of paying for those sources. But we also got to look at some of the different cost drivers of, I believe it's cancer and diabetes, and there was maybe one other one that was some of our serious medical cost drivers, and making sure that those services are still provided, but in a way that hopefully will allow for the distribution to be better on both sides. So that's a continual challenge that we will not stop working on. The police department, as mentioned earlier, Safe Community is their pillar, and when you look at their budget amount, you're probably not going to find a police budget in recent memory that only goes up by $300,000 or 0.72%. That is very small for a budget of their size, and you really need to commend and recognize Chief Garrison and his team for what they've done in order to say, hey, look, we know that we're one of the major cost drivers. We know that we need people, but we also recognize that we're only one piece of the team as well. So as being the team players that they are and being able to manage within themselves, they just had interviews for a senior business manager, and once that person gets on their staff, they'll be able to coordinate with our finance leadership to ensure that those numbers that you're looking at are maintained and they are operating within those borders and those boundaries. But it's going to be critical, as it is every year, but even more so this year, for everyone to stay locked into the numbers that they have to work with. But that does not reduce our pledge, as I told to you, where we will bring to you quarterly information on how they're doing with their staff and what we think they might need and how we can pay for it and put it in front of you to make those decisions. When you look at their fund balance, the forfeiture funds is one that we just talked about yesterday with some items that we approved. They also have police education and the law enforcement impact fees. And those are all very healthy funds, and there's no concern there as we move forward. This is the second most expensive office in our budget, which is the clerk's office. Just kidding, Madam Clerk. So the clerk's office is one of our smallest, if not the most efficient office in all of our departments. And you can only see an increase of $40,000 there, or 4.4% from their 25-year budget. I don't believe there was any budget proposals requested from Madam Clerk, and she always stays within her numbers. And even with the special election that we had this year in May, she was able to work with us and through her in order to make sure that that cost was accounted for and those bills were paid in a timely manner. So we thank her for her cooperation on the special election, which was extremely important for the city. City Commission, your budget only changed by $150,000 or 25%. The main cost driver of your budget changing was, I might need some help because I don't remember exactly.
Salary.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, so the salary increase that happened for the commission was after last year's budget was adopted. So when you look at that right sizing of those salaries, that's where you see the difference. The right sizing of those salaries, 40% or 2 commissioners weren't here when that was done, but when you looked at the meeting information that we provided, the inequity based on the time and the model that we were on, both were out of date and needed to be corrected. And it was done so in order to recognize not only the volume, but the value of the job that our commissioners provide. So I'm grateful that it was fixed, and now that we're on a different path, and I believe that you have already discussed publicly as a board how you want to talk and sort of get off of the population model going forward, and you'll do that in the upcoming year, so you won't have to worry about it being done or discussed during the election year of 26. But that's a discussion of what you will decide on how you want to sort of stabilize whatever rate you believe should be there for your salaries going forward. It'll be a good discussion, and we'll walk you through it and get you there at the appropriate time. The City Attorney's Office fiscal year budget, they are part of our good governance pillar. They had an increase of $176,000 or 9.3%. Their department just recently, congratulations, Mr. Golan, has added on one of their vacant city attorney spots, which is very important because we keep growing as a city. That means we keep giving more work to them and we keep giving them more time-sensitive work. And from our side, we're pledging and hoping to do better so that we don't make our emergencies his emergencies. But their job, their office has done a great job of making sure that a lot of the time-sensitive information that we need from them get back to us on a regular basis. You're also meeting next week with our consultant, Doug Thomas, who will be here virtually so that he will be able to show you the 8 or 9 applicants from the city attorney's job, and then you'll make that decision. So your new city attorney will inherit this budget when they walk in the door. I think that they're going to be pleased in the space that they need, but I'll also put my foot in that door to say when new leadership happens, they have new ideas and new plans. So the new city attorney may want to come to you for a budget amendment for X, Y, and Z, and we'll communicate that as necessary if need be so that they can make sure that they want to put their own fingerprint on their budget, that they talk to you and are allowed to do so. The IT department, thank you for your approval of allowing them to transition to a department from a division. Again, very important that they are recognized for the comprehensive and holistic work that they do. I know they are an internal service department, but they internally service all of our departments, and they do a great job. And we're fortunate that their $1.2 million increase, or 24%, is going to allow us to stay more secure. We've all been through cyber incidents here at the city. I don't want to talk about it anymore, but we all know what it is. We're all glad we're protected, and we're happy that this department is there to help get us there. Non-departmental for fiscal year 26 covers a few different items, but the total amount of this particular increase is $115,000 or 5.7%. What you will remember is that there was a contingency that the city manager office had in there, $450,000 for the last few years, which we used over the course of time for various internal needs, definitely not specifically to the city manager's office, but normally specific to ones that fall in our close orbit. That has been removed. It was removed prior to the June budget. We reflected to you just because times were tight, and if we need to figure out something else when those times come, we'll do that. But we just couldn't leave it there. And you had a budget of $50,000, which, based on your past history, we moved to $25,000. But same way that goes for us, we would apply to you. If you as a board decided you needed more money for whatever reason, we would go and figure that out and make sure that you had what you needed. We don't anticipate you as a board or us as a city manager's office going without anything that we feel would be very necessary or needed for your success or ours. Parks and Recs, quality of life, environmental resiliency and sustainability, and economic development and growth management. They still remain one of our pillars of why people want to be here and why people are looking to stay here. When you look at their budget, you'll see an increase of $2.4 million, or almost 22% from their 25 budget. There are some projects, when you look at the capital of the $4.1 million compared to the $1.475 of fiscal year 25. Some of the significant projects in 26 will be the Boca Chica Park for $1 million, Dallas White Park for $1.1 million, a dog park east of Toledo for $400,000, and parks maintenance and operation for $500,000. Those are some of the projects that were sort of hand selected to show you the increase of what's going on and how this department needs funding. You'll also know and recognize that we're going through the Parks Master Plan right now. A lot of us attended the open houses that were, I think, a week ago on 2 different nights, and getting input and seeing the vision of how the parks out east need to be more represented than the ones that we have out west. We have some work to do for balance, but I think that we're starting that process because we've heard the commission, at least for the 3 years that I've been here, that We need more parks out east, and we need to make sure that however we situate our parks, that everyone needs to have a park within a certain driving distance to their home. And right now, we're a little bit, we might be a little bit out of balance with the number of parks we have out east versus out west. When you look at their fund balance, Warm Meadow Springs, you just decided on this yesterday and talked about sort of the fees that we wanted to charge and how you look at those fees that you want to charge. I believe a senior rate and a veterans rate were discussed yesterday. And if you decide to move those when we bring those information back to you, it will only affect this particular fund right here because it's an enterprise fund. It's not going to jeopardize the balancing of your budget. But it will, depending on what you do, it may have the possibility, it may have the outcome of reducing the amount of money that you have to fund Warm Mineral Springs improvements going on. Because one of the things that we're looking at right now, which will fall under our unfunded CIP, is the work that we've already decided to do out there, which is underway, is still underfunded by about $5.5 million. So we still have to figure out how to solve for that funding in order to get that done. There are unfunded opportunities everywhere, and I really think the CIP conversation that we're going to have is going to be one of the more important ones that you've had in quite some time. But the Warm Middle Springs conversation that we had yesterday and keeping that fund balance in line, we are going to reach out to, there was one of the speakers left a letter with a phone number on it, so we're going to reach out to them and see if we can talk to that group specifically, so that when we come back to you as a board, as directed, we'll be able to tell you exactly what we said and what they said and where the differences are and what we're saying together. We believe that the information that we gave was correct, and they believe that the information that they have was correct. So there's a disconnect somewhere in what we're saying, and we'll shorten that or reduce that and then bring it back to you as a board to have a conversation on. Our goal should be to put that on the September workshop, which I believe might be September the 8th, because September the 1st, I think, is Labor Day. So I think we moved it probably to the 8th on that Monday. And the goal would be to bring it back to you at that time so that you can have a further conversation. And Parks and Rec impact fees, as you can see, they have a projected fund balance as of September of next year of $16.4 million. Social Service Division, small but mighty in our good governance. And I'm not sure we have a slide on here about our MP2 program, but it was in the paper recently about our MP Squared program and how we created that to help our nonprofits. And I would like to point out that the Chamber has piggybacked on that with the NP3 program, if you didn't see that. And I thought that was very, first of all, it was theft. They stole it without our approval, but it was for a good reason. And when I saw it and what they're doing, I thought it was very nice to see that we've started something that is helping those and people get involved with our nonprofits and what we need and what we provide in the city. I'll say it once because I've said it 1,000 times. I still think there's so much room for what we do with our community and how we impact them. So much to the point that Caitlin Griffin in our office, she is part of the Lean Sigma team, and we've assigned one of their projects is to review how the county distributes their social services funding through the agencies that they have allocated for, and then how that trickles down to us in Northport. I just don't believe, well, first of all, I don't believe it's the best model for a city of our size. That's the first point. Two, we can't change that model because it's outside of our hands. So I'm just having them analyze and look to see if they can find out how much of that money trickles down into South County. And if it's not at a level that we find acceptable, we may need to have a conversation at a county level to say, let's look at the big picture here. How much money are you spending and how much money are we being affected as the largest portion of the county? It's a good conversation. Janet Carrillo, our Social Services Division Manager, is involved in it, and we really look forward to some of the outcomes and how we can better service those in need in the city of Northport. Our finance department, also in our good governance group, and they have a budget that of increase of only $347,000 or nearly 12%. want to take this moment to thank the two finance people to my left. Our interim director, Irina Kukurenko, has done a great job, and Lisa Herman, thank you so much for all the multiple versions of number crunching that you do in order to get us to the place of what we're seeing today. Is she works on this tirelessly, not just for the few months that we talk about it, but year round in order to make sure that we stay on top of the numbers that you see that give you confidence. City Manager's Office, you might remember that we talked about the disaster response and recovery management. When we look at some of the other models and what we talk about with bringing in our disaster recovery into our particular team and setting it apart from the fire department, that was a model that we and Chief Titus talked about, and you're going to see some of that increase go into our budget, and we're okay with that because we want to make sure that we have the right divisions, the right people under the City Manager's Office to get the right results holistically for the city. We do want to grow our emergency management portion of this, and some of that is in there based on what we want to add to her team. I think that Stacy and Mike do a great job, but we have to recognize the fact that the frequency and the strength of the storms that our region and our city has received in the last decade has definitely increased, and we don't see it stopping. We were very fortunate last year to not be completely harmed by the three storms of Debbie, Helene, and Milton, which hurt a lot of people around us. And the more that we can talk about getting staffing levels to the right level and the EOC getting built out to have space for us to be the most efficient for our city is super important. And we're not going to take that lightly. In my mind, I think that we could actually have an emergency services department at some point, but that's a little bit further down the line, and we're definitely not there yet, but something to think about. Development Services Department, fiscal year 26, representing quality of life, economic development and growth management, environmental resiliency and sustainability, and our safe community. Under the leadership of Director Ray, they are in control of a lot of the success of this city, even coming off of the Unified Land Development Code rewrite of last year, which was super important. And now we're talking about hopefully adding more code enforcement officers to her team so that we can be more proactive than reactive. We've also talked to you about an additional revenue source of the vacant lot registration program that would hopefully be discussed as a future source of revenue. You know, we're thinking and trying to make sure that we are staying creative with how we can keep revenue sources coming in, but still allow them to be in alignment with the duties of what we are to take care of the city. And that's not an easy balance, but we appreciate their creativity. We appreciate their work, and their increase of $4 million, or nearly 28%, represents a large segment of how you see the future of their department servicing our citizens. The three different funds that you look at are the inspector education, the tree fund, and the building fund. So the tree fund, as you can see, the projected balance of September 30th, 26 is $1.8 million. That's an important number as we have updated you and we continue to share what the progress is of the Natural Resource Division that was created nearly, I think, 2 years ago now, and their impact on our ability to make sure that we keep Northport looking as well as we want, whether it's trees, landscaping, other items that we know that are important to making sure that the greenery and the wildlife of our city remain in constant front of mind as we continue to grow and develop. Growth and develop is not a bad thing, especially if you do it responsibly, and I think that Director Ray has made sure that that has happened. And of course, the building fund, as we see, remains healthy, showing a remaining balance of over 20% of nearly $5 million. And there are plans, I know, for her to use those funds as well. Fire Rescue Department, Safe Community, they presented a very good and tight budget. I believe that you have You have had conversations regarding their particular percentage of increase. Stantec came and met with you all and met with us and talked about what their not to exceed rate should be, and that goes to a part of how Chief Titus has managed his budget. And as you can see, an increase of 2.6% or 6.5% from the fiscal year 25 year budget is there, and it's still important as we recognize life safety and what they do as far as their response time and being able to get there quickly is super important. Their budget includes the eight new positions, 7 firefighters and EMT paramedics starting on April 1st of 2026, and system support analysts starting January 1st of 2026 as well. When you look at their fund balances, here are the ones that they are in control of: the fire and rescue district, as I was talking about earlier with the impact of the 10%, fire rescue impact fees, and the fire rescue district R&R. All of which are important. There's definitely a science here and an art blended together to make sure that as we grow and the different stations become online, his ability to project and forward think and make sure that they are staffed appropriately is super important. I think that he does a great job of ensuring that the staffing that comes in that meets the standards that he sets for high excellence are achieved, and we have one of the most sought after fire departments in the area for people who want to join that profession. Our utilities department, under interim leadership of Tricia Wisner, has been going very well. They actually have a few challenges, as you know, one with the effluent pumping station that needs to be done for the consent order, but there are other projects as well, and there's also an entire team over there that she's sort of helped and gotten ready so that we can just keep moving in the right direction. You know, as we talk about our utilities, people are always asking about how we're taking care of them and how we're growing them to meet the level of service that's needed based on the population that's growing. And, you know, the $14.2 million, or nearly 25% from the adopted budget, is critical and key so that we can ensure that the major capital project of the pumping station and pipeline for $17 million gets done. And they have 5 new positions: planner, scheduler, wastewater trainee, collections operator 2, distribution operator 2, and distributor operation 1, all starting on January 1st. And we know that they are backed by their rates and their rates of recovery. So that's what drives them and allows them to be able to support their needs and support our future needs. Public Works, very, very large department built on the 4 pillars of infrastructure and facilities integrity, economic development and growth management, environmental resiliency and sustainability, as well as safe community. I really want to say, let's start at Price Boulevard widening and stop right there. But, you know, they are very busy right now. This budget is built on an increase of $14.7 million, or nearly 18%. And that's because they have a lot of activity that they have to account for. And when you look at their new positions, you know, we've added some in fleet, administrative services specialist and emergency vehicle technician. Road and drainage added an assistant director and field supervisor. Solid waste added a planner and scheduler, as well as 2 equipment operators. All of those positions starting on October 1 are built into this budget. But their budget is very complex. There's always a lot going on in it. And as a department, they contain a lot of the CIP funding that we're going to talk about as well, knowing about the infrastructure and the things that they take care of us as a city. The road and drainage fund balance is first here with the drainage for the district, the transportation impact fees, and their R&R. We will point out the fact that the road and drainage district is over the 20% of the policy reserve by 17%. This is the number that we had to get up so that we could make sure that we met the deadline of replacing the money that we used for Hurricane Ian by the 3-year window, which we had, which ends now. So we've met that mark, we've met that obligation, hopefully just in time for us to sort of keep going and get through this current season as well as we can. But please stay confident knowing that that obligation has been met through the road and drainage fund balance. The solid waste fund balance, they have solid waste district, solid waste impact fees, and solid waste R&R. You'll notice that they are above their reserved amount of 20% by 2.88%, or nearly $600,000. Again, important to stay on the right side of that number, knowing that we have conversations and solutions to provide for the transfer station and how we're going to do that. When we talk about the transfer station, when we talk about just the police headquarters as another example, when you come back from recess in September, we're looking to have more information put in front of you so you can decide how you would like us to move forward with curing some of these items that we know the city must deal with. Our fleet fund balance is made up of fleet R&R and fleet itself. Both are projected to have positive fund balances at the end of this particular fiscal year within our budget. Capital improvement projects. I think that's the next line. Yeah, 5 year. Is that still part of this one though? 5 year. Okay. So this here is our 5-year CIP improvement. So the longer version of what we're going to talk about in the next item is the information that was drilled down on by the consultant who did us the 20-year vision, which we needed to know what the universe of projects looks like. That was the $2.1 billion number. This number that you're looking at here for the next 5 years is $581 million. But it's important to break it up so that we know what is your immediate, which is what you would see in your annual budget process. This is a short-term picture snapshot on the screen right now of 5 years. And then the next conversation we'll have will be a long-term vision of a 10-year window that we're going to look at. But it's important when you look at the appropriations to date, which are a total of $277 million. You add on the fiscal year of proposed included of $60 million. And then you get into the years that would need funding considerations and conversations, some of which are driven by revenue fees that offset them. Some of them are not. But we need to sort of have a deeper conversation to make sure that the needs that we have are properly allocated for, so that not only you have the confidence that you can take care of the citizens' needs, but the citizens have confidence that we are looking a little bit further down the road to make sure that those questions are answered and those problems are solved for. That was a lot, but thank you for listening. This is also the time where I believe some of you may want to make new proposals of the budget that we just discussed. In addition to what you may or may not have said on June 16th or 17th, we'll answer those questions as well to see if we can give you some good responses. If not, as long as we get our questions and answers done to make sure that we maintain our balance schedule and approval process in September, I think we'll be good. But we're happy to answer any question that you may have that we may or may not have discussed, any considerations you want us to think about, or anything that you did or did not like about that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. Commissioners, you're up. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just to warm us up, a few questions. In the changes to the budget memo that went out on July 9th, in the second paragraph under included in the proposed budget workshop backup changes to the budget, the second one, the $500,000 added to the police department budget, in that memo, it says to the minor operating supplies account. My recollection is the commission approved additional funding for the police because there were a number of smaller CIP projects that we felt were important and were not funded. So my question is, how are we proposing to spend that $500,000?
Finance is telling me that any minor CIP that wasn't approved was moved in this year, and we took care of it in buying it this year. I don't particularly remember which smaller CIP
They
project.
weren't the CIP.
Yeah,
If you're referring to budget
Oh, I'm sorry, budget proposals.
Yeah,
Yes,
budget
yes,
proposals,
yes,
which
I'm
are
sorry.
not always, yes, they're not
Correct.
CIP. Yeah, they're, that's.
Yeah, there were several smaller budget
Yes.
proposals
Yes.
that we wanted to see funded.
Correct, because we removed, if I'm not mistaken, about $1 million out of their minor operating, and this was to put half of that back so they could use it for those proposals as they prioritize as they began their year.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just that that's very misleading. And anyone from the community reading that would say, what, another $500,000 for supplies? That doesn't make sense. So in your presentation, it was represented more clearly, but I was just concerned about the language of that in the budget change memo. A higher level question, surtax, and I agree with your comment that this city has been very reliant on surtax to bail us out of tough spots. What are we thinking is going to happen to surtax? And maybe Mayor has some insight on this because he sits on the tourism board. But with all the chaos going on at the federal level, and I'm thinking just even in terms of Canada, I have a number of Canadian friends who live down here part of the year, and some of them are selling their properties and not coming back. So I only bring this up because potentially I see a wrinkle with our sales tax and hence our penny tax. And so I'm just putting a caution on that. I've sort of called surtax the crack cocaine of our taxing methodology. We just have to be careful with our level of dependence on this source of revenue because I'm worried about it. Well, I should say I'm concerned about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a big question.
Yeah.
So my crystal ball tells me that the instability outside of what we see in this city is scary.
Yep.
And it's scary because you mentioned sales tax. What we didn't mention was what if property tax goes away or is impacted, and then sales tax or tourism taxes leaned upon more heavily than it is in order to help some of that.
Help us.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different moving pieces, but I would say to answer your question is that the surtax, even though we've used it and leaned on it, without it being there's no way we could have kept sort of things as stable as we could have for as long as we have.
Right.
So we're grateful that it's been there. We're grateful that it's passed, and I believe that it was passed for the next 14 years or 15 years at this point. So there could be a lot that happens in between the one that was just passed and the next one that would come up for referendum.
Right.
The projects that we have in there are, critical to our needs. And if we do see a decline or a decrease or a gradual sort of shift in our surtax, we will have to address that ourselves because there's not going to be someone who comes in and says, well, let me make those surtax whole based on what you thought was going to be there 5 years ago. We'll have to adjust. And the state of the economy overall, I just don't see it getting better in the short term, which is what we're talking about right here with our budget and CIP. So I'm really worried about what it'll do in the long term, which is the second half of the surtax that you just brought up.
Right.
If you want me to weigh in, I mean,
Yeah, weigh in on what you're seeing.
it's really a lot of conflicting information that just generates enormous uncertainty. Certainly tourism dollars are down. They've been down month after month after month after month throughout this last year. despite aggressive marketing to bring people here. Clearly, Canada, Germany, UK, which are typically the three countries that we see the biggest, influx of tourism dollars from in Sarasota County, those numbers are down. I don't know that there's much optimism based on tariffs and some of the other international dealings that are going on. On the flip side, as city manager brought up, depending on what Tallahassee decides to do with regard to property tax, let's face it, if property tax revenues reduced at the municipal and county levels, how do you make it up? One option is to raise your sales tax, but there's a portion of Tallahassee that thinks that should go the other direction. If you raise sales tax, that's going to have additional impact on tourism because it may well be cheaper to go elsewhere in the world. And probably the best we can, to prepare, I would say, like, the uncertainty is on steroids, and as we plan forward, we should be careful. The vast majority of all our surtax dollars for the first 5 years are tied up in Price Boulevard. There are some other projects in the first 5 years, but depending on what happens, if that revenue stream dries up a little bit, we're going to have to do some pivoting and reprioritization. But it's just premature to know, till we see what happens next year, because everything depends on what Tallahassee's going to do.
Right.
But I would say we need to be careful, not be overly dependent on stretching those surtax dollars. If I remember when the referendum passed in 2022, I believe the projection was $315 million. Last year or late the year prior, we were projecting for the city of Northport, we may well see upwards of almost 400 million, 370, 380 million. I don't know if there's been any reprojections since, but I would be cautious because I would not expect any surtax windfalls, that's for sure. That'll help bail us out here, so.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that insight. Couple of other questions. The police currently are relying on the temporary trailers to handle their personnel overflow issues. What's the annual cost of renting one of those, and how many are we planning to need or have?
We're going to get two, and I believe the initial cost might be different than the annual cost.
Instead of leasing, they've moving to purchase the trailers, and the total cost is about $900,000.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Just speak up a little bit.
It's instead of leasing, they're moving into
purchase.
purchasing
Yeah.
the trailers, and it's going to be about $900,000 as the total cost of the project.
So that's total cost. How many trailers are we?
Two.
Two. Okay. And where's that money coming from?
We're planning to use the impact fee.
Fees. Good. Okay. City manager's office, there was a pretty big jump in operating expenses and personnel costs. Can you just refresh my memory on how that money's being spent?
I believe it's due to the emergency management division coming over to our office. As it stated on the slide, and as I stated when I was speaking, we are bringing them out of where they were in fire and allowing them to have a direct connection to the city manager's office.
And is that contributing to the reduction in costs on the fire side? I think I saw a pretty steep decline in their operating expenses.
Yes.
So it's not really a net new spending, we're just kind
we're
of moving.
from one part to the other. And sometimes when you do that and you make those kind of changes, there's a timing difference in there. So it all shakes out, but you have seen, I believe in detail, what the details of our office are, and there's not any new information that I can recall.
Okay, thank you for that.
No,
One.
Okay, that's
Emergency
it for me
management
for now.
position and grants.
Okay, oh, yes. Oh, clarification. There was one new position in the city manager's office, which is in our grants department. That was.
Oh, right, yes,
Wow,
yeah, I remember that.
And again, I don't think I mentioned grants in my earlier conversation, but again, they still continue to be proactive in making sure that they seek out as much as they can.
Right.
We all know that those positions pay for themselves, either through
Right.
external funding that are directly given to us or funding that are related back to some of the projects that we actually are successful in achieving. So
Right.
very thankful for our grants department.
Right. Thank you for that. That's it for me for now.
Looking for Commissioners. Dimitri.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to weigh in on the general state of the economy, and I'm genuinely concerned about what's going to happen in our state on a local level. And I do believe we have to be prepared. The new state CFO said that he's really going to be pushing for the state to repeal homeowners' homestead tax, at least real estate tax. So they at least pushing that, and they're pushing hard. So that's something we have to think about, that, you know, if people own a second home, they're still gonna pay real estate tax, but the homeowners, there's a possibility might be exempt from paying their share. So it's better be proactive than reactive. And I think with this budget and in light of the current state of economy, it seems we're adding 26 new positions. And I would advocate, or at least open for a discussion, maybe to put a hiring freeze. It's very painful to fire people than to be prepared and to freeze up hiring. This is just my sense of state development, what's going to happen. As numbers are going down as far as the city's economy, we have the biggest inventory in the country as far as the real estate goes. The purchasing of the houses are way down. I think we're ranked third after Cape Coral and I forget the other municipality. So we have the largest, or one of the largest inventory of unsold houses. Not many people coming, and yet we are hiring 26 positions. And I get that we'd have to hire people, especially for the vital departments like fire and rescue. I would be very hesitant to put a freeze on those departments. But as far as other departments, I'm very compelled to at least to discuss if we can put a freeze on hiring of new personnel. And the reason is, new positions are very expensive year over year, and we just heard that this is the biggest addition to our budget. And God forbid the economy gonna go downward. We have to do something, and that means we're gonna fire people. And I'm reluctant to fire anybody. So it's better to be prepared and not to hire, at least for this budget year coming up, that, you know, then we have to fire people in the middle of the year. And this is just my opinion. As a contractor, I see a lot of slowdown in the economy. Prices are going up for the material, surprisingly. Not a lot of big demand, even in repairs, not to mention new construction. So I'm open for the commission to maybe entertain any ideas of putting a freeze on hiring. And it's just the reality speaks for itself. And I don't know the state of your opinion, my fellow commissioners, but maybe I'm in the minority, but at least I want to voice my concern, and I'm genuinely concerned for the state of our economy, for our city. So I know it's painful, maybe more workload, but we can do it as a city if we come together. That's just my realistic projection and anticipation of what's going to happen. Granted, the revenues are going down, and yet we're hiring 20 more 6 positions. I don't see a balance in our approach of this discussion. So, and the balance is the key to life. I mean, we got to balance. And then I have a nitty-gritty questions, of, like more specific questions. I don't know if I should do it now. Maybe we should discuss this portion of my question and concern.
Why don't we? And then come back to your additional questions. Otherwise, this issue will get lost in the conversation. City Manager, you wanted to comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a point of clarity, so everyone knows what you're voting on or discussing, the 26 positions, which I believe was on page 9 of what you have maybe have been given earlier, but 12 of the positions are not general fund funded positions. They're through either the utility fund or road and drainage or solid waste. So those typically pay for themselves based on the assessments that are raised or charged for those particular services. But the remaining ones that are in this conversation, to total 26, one is an assistant city attorney, one is the grants compliance specialist we just mentioned, one is a planning coordinator, which is through the emergency management that we just mentioned as well. 2 of them were for code enforcement inspectors for development services, which I talked about being proactive. There's an accountant 3 in the general fund from finance. There's also 7 firefighter EMTs that I mentioned. Half of that is general fund funded, and the other half is fire district fund funded. And then you have one more person, which is the system support analyst in fire, which is funded 50% of the general fund and 50% out of the fire district fund, and that's it. This is one of the lightest years since I've been here of adding staff. So to Commissioner Petro's point, we too have thought and been considerate about the request to you regarding what we have. But I will just say this one more time because I think it's necessary. The expense side is not the side of the coin that needs concern. It is the revenue side. And for a city of this size to grow and not have the revenue it needs is going to remain a challenge. But I just want to make sure that you all were looking at the same numbers and information that he was using to have the conversation before you make your decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, a freeze. A question, City Manager. How many new positions were proposed in the initial rev of the budget? We have 26 new ones that have made it through.
There are probably at least 45 more. Well, there was 30 in police alone. Right, so
we've already done some pretty substantive cutting of positions. And I hear Commissioner Petro, I'm concerned too. And I think we need to be very, very conservative in this budget. However, at the same time, I'm not ready to go into panic mode, thinking about freezing raises and laying off people. There could very well come a time when we're forced into that position. This year, in my mind, 26 is not it. So the way I look at the 26 new positions, 12 aren't general fund, and they'll be covered. So I'm okay with those. And there's a level of service that would be sacrificed if we don't add those positions. We are growing, and I get it. We have a big inventory of empty houses, but there are still new people moving into the city. And I can remember Ms. Ray sharing with us some time ago that there were over 5,000 people, new people a year coming into the city of Northport. I'd be interested on what that growth is today, or are we sustaining that level? Because again, we are getting some conflicting information in terms of the relative lack of health in our housing market here in Northport, and then hearing that we're still on the list of the fastest growing. It's a little bit incongruous. So I don't know if anyone has that information today. What have our move-in rates looked like so far this year, and how does it compare with previous years? I know we tend to get that data in arrears a little bit, but I'm just wondering if people on the front, solid waste probably has the most accurate line of sight into that.
Good morning, commissioners. We had a developer just yesterday ask for the number of new garbage carts that we've dropped off for the last 18 months. And surprisingly, it has relatively stayed stable for the last 18 months. It's about 180, 190 new garbage carts every month. And it goes up a little bit, goes down a little bit, but it remains relatively significantly the same. He wanted that information because he too was picking up on a softening in the market. And that may be happening everywhere else, and there may be housing inventory issues as well, but there's still a lot of new homes getting built. And,
And a lot of people moving in. So is it safe to assume that the majority of those new carts are going to new households and not so much commercial?
Those are all single family, those numbers were all single family. Doesn't include all the massive multifamily that y'all, that we brought online, doesn't include commercial. It is strictly single family homes, nothing else.
Okay.
And like I said before, one of the things I wrote to that developer was, keep in mind, there's a lot of other things that are popping right now that don't even reflect the single family, like commercial and multifamily.
Right. Thank you for that. And sort of back to the hiring freeze, as I look at the requests, I am very, very reluctant to approve a freeze that impacts public safety. So a good number of those positions are in fire and rescue, and I would not tamper with those numbers. And in fact, we're not hiring any new police officers, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'm concerned about that. I'm not going to add headcount in because we are in a tough position, but at some point we're going to have to pay that piper because the need does not go away. We continue to grow, et cetera, et cetera. So hiring freeze, no. If we want to take another look at that headcount, I would rather cut out anything that we consider fluff, or that we can, not fluff, none of it is fluff. But if we can delay hiring in any of these categories, I'd rather surgically go through it and see if there's an opportunity to trim. And if there's an appetite to do that, as I look at this list, the only thing I can even begin to consider are the 2 new code inspectors. And again, the conversation about, are we going to be reactive or are we going to be proactive? Our strategy up until this point has been reactive. That causes consternation among our residents who see their neighbors maybe not maintaining their properties as we all would like. But to propose going from a historical reactive strategy to a proactive strategy at this particular point in time, I'd like to have some discussion about, and I'd like to hear from City Manager about that as well.
Thank you for that opportunity. So right now we have 5 code enforcement officers.
Right.
The budget included 4 before you ever saw it. And we reduced it to the 2 because 5 for 104 square miles is not very good. I know all of us have seen this year a lot of emails from people where they've had, whether they've gone through our North Report app the way that we would like them to, or whether they've just seen it. And I think we got one just yesterday where, they were looking to be, well, why can I do this in an anonymous way so that I don't put my name on it, which is a law that was changed, but they can't do it because they don't want to feel the pushback of that. But
That's state statute, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
But it's so needed in our community, and the 2 that we are requesting is not. It definitely will not make us in the proactive category, but we're trying to inch our way there. We're trying to make sure that when you think about what people don't like the most in our city, it's what they see the most, which are the violations that they see when they drive home every day.
And they're everywhere.
And they're everywhere.
The need is there, no question.
I went to an area, we went to an area a few weeks ago for one particular location of a violation just to see it for ourselves. And we got bogged down on 2 different streets to even get out of there with violations before we could stop seeing them. It's just so many. The city is just too big. And whether we talk about changing our strategy so that if other city staff are in those areas, and even if it's not their particular responsibility, they can raise the flag and say, hey, someone needs to look at this area. There's probably a combination of technique and staff as a total that can help, but the 2 will get us a lot closer. That's a huge increase from the 5 that we have that we're currently dealing with.
Yeah, I get it, and I totally understand that we've really whittled it down to what we think are essential. I'm just trying to poke where we might have an opportunity to delay a year. And I have a question, this might be for Ms. Ray, or perhaps you can answer, and that is, a couple years ago, we adopted international building standards because it would give us more teeth.
Property maintenance standards.
Yes, thank you. And the intention, I think part of the discussion was commercial property and private roads. I mean, the pothole behind the chicken place is sort of the famous one. But I'm just wondering, has that adoption really helped us? What are we seeing in terms of our effectiveness?
Good morning. Currently, we don't have the staff to even enforce that. We have not started looking at commercial properties at all unless we are specifically asked to go look at a property. We are so far behind at this point, to say we're even reactive would be an overstatement. We're not. We are so far behind. This does impact our property values. It is a direct impact on our property values. And as we continue to slide further and further behind in code enforcement, it will have a greater impact on our property values. So if we're concerned about our taxable value and resale, we have to address the code enforcement. To say that it is, it is a critical need. It is becoming more and more problematic. We can go to any street. I can go to any street right now in Northport, and I could probably walk away with at least a dozen violations.
Are the abandoned homes sort of part of that picture?
They are. We are having, and I'm sure the commission has heard it and seen it, we are having increasing problems with contractors not maintaining properties that they are working on, even properties that they're actively working on. They are not being maintained, and as the streets become more and more built out, that is more of a problem. If there's only one house on the street being built and there are no other houses there, nobody else lives there, nobody cares. But when most of the street is built, you've got more neighbors that are obviously impacted by that construction. We currently do not really have anyone who has the time to address each of those construction sites. That is
Right.
also something that we would like to do.
Right.
We simply have not had the staff to do that. And our building inspectors, they don't have time to deal with those violations.
Those issues, yeah.
They are, we have, some of them will have dozens of inspections a day, and to get to all of those, they simply don't have the time to concentrate.
Thank you for that. I just have a really, really tough time of figuring out how we can continue delivering a consistent level of service without these new positions. I mean, I think we're borderline already in a couple of areas. So I hear Commissioner Petro's concerns, but I just don't see how we can proceed without those positions. As it is, I'm concerned that we're not adding positions in some areas. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Petro, you're up in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I know my opinion is not popular. Even to myself, it's not popular. But the reality speaks for itself and by itself. I tend to disagree that we need to grow our revenues when there's a expense category that we can be more controlled over. Yes, we are growing as a city, yet we're not growing because we continue to look for more revenue, and that is by raising our tax rates, fees, franchise tax, whatever that may be. But I just had a conversation this morning with my neighbor, immediate neighbor, and he said, listen, in my time in this house, my taxes doubled, and he's close to 70. And he knows that I'm a commissioner, and he said, listen, I'm on a fixed income. I'm on Social Security. I'm on a fixed income. How long it's going to be? I mean, we continue to grow. We're growing our fees, our taxes, and so on. At some point, it's going to be unsustainable. And I'm not in a panic mode by no means. And I never said I want to put a higher increase on public safety. By the way, if I understand it correctly, the police department will come to us on a quarterly basis asking for more personnel to be hired. That's going to be additional money. We not taking into account that expense. And again, new positions are very expensive year over year, and maybe to me, it's, as a business-minded person, I don't see a sustainability. I guess we are a little bit detached from the reality. And again, I want to be more balanced. And when we say, yes, we're going to cut our expenses, but the level of service would be reduced, and we sacrifice the level of service. Well, when we talk about the level of service, does it mean that we're not going to be able to pick up people's garbages? I mean, that's essential. It's going to be picked up regardless. I mean, they pay taxes to us as a city, right? Level of service. We're not going to protect them when our one of the pillars is public safety, and we support our police. And I can speak for myself and for all of my fellow commissioners that we support police in its entirety, and that's very evident that we added $500,000 back to them. But when we say we're going to cut our level of services, what do we mean? We're not going to pave the roads when we collect taxes to do that, or clearly I saw it that we collecting a big chunks of money from, and I asked that question in the budget workshops in June on a specific item. We're collecting enough, but I'm just saying I think prices will further go down as property values because we're raising taxes, fees, and when you go to a park, talk to a family, young family, I've talked to many families my age, and they've been squeezed. Literally speaking, they said, we cannot afford to live in this city. I mean, this is the reality. I have conversation anytime I go out. So what is the direct property value effect? And I really appreciate our building development department. But a lot of those houses that are being forsaken, those are under construction, and they're in a state of disarray because contractors are backing out. Either the customer is not paying them. I mean, and it's true. You go on any street and there's a house that under construction, but you can see that it's been sitting there for a long time. It's not just, and yes, it's a code enforcement issue, but that's another indication that there's no demand. I'm concerned myself. I'm building 3 houses, but it's just, I think what's going to happen, a lot of houses going to be 2008 repeating to a smaller effect, but it might be foreclosed and then we lose more money. People are not coming. The broken window theory, you know, if one house is abandoned, there's another house, people don't care on one street and it trickles. I think we should go on a diet as a city and be realistic, because when the new CFO is gonna push this property tax exemption really hard, and that's his objective, for property owners, not second or third house, that's gonna decrease our revenue big time, if that goes that way. But I just think we have to be realistic, and maybe I'm babbling and talking too much, and I know I'm not probably in popular mode as far as, but we just have to be realistic. And I tend to very disagree about we have to grow our revenues. How do we grow our revenues? We tax our citizens.
No. No, ma'am. Let him finish. And then who's up in the queue?
So, maybe just practically speaking, we can go one position by one position. Maybe we can tighten our belts and show our citizens that we do care, that we do take them seriously and what they say. After all, I do represent the people of the city, yet I'm part of the city, right? So we have to work together. My philosophy seems a bit different. But I think reality speaks for itself. And I apologize if nothing personal to anybody, but I just think we have to take a hard look at our budget and at least show some effort into that. We as a city, we as a city employees, we get a lot of perks, benefits. We as a personnel, staff, we're not suffering financially as much as I hear from outside of cities, people, you know, who are not part of the city's staff. And it's just, I'm relating what I'm being told, what I hear from the people. People contact me or people meet me. Those are my 2 cents. But again, police count, they're going to come to us quarterly. We're going to have to find additional money for that. Level of service sacrifice, and I hear this a lot. What level of service are we going to sacrifice? That's my question. It's just maybe it's a generic phrase that we're going to say. We're going to sacrifice the level of service. To what extent and how? That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, City Manager, not that I don't wish to recognize you, but I'm not sure. Are you really sure you wish to weigh in on this, or would you wish for commission to have this conversation in and among the commissioners?
Briefly, may I respond?
Absolutely.
I'll be brief. But to Commissioner Petro's points about some of the things that he said, the levels of service that you talk about, if we're on a scale of 1 to 10 and we're providing you at a 9, that might go to a 6 or a 7 to bring it down to see what it looks like. And what it looks like, you use the examples of trash not being picked up or police not responding to emergencies. Those are two of the more drastic, visible things that people see. But whether it's customer service from this building, which already gets comments and concerns about it, whether it's how we interact with delivering the entire levels of service through the city, those are the ones that we're talking about being sacrificed. And if you sacrifice our services to a level that's unacceptable, then you start to compromise the growth that is still happening. Even though the report came out and said our taxable values are down, we're still getting the same number of people here. Our COs, our certificates of occupancy, and our new filings are still in the same way that they've always been. So we haven't seen a sharp decline in people coming here that would affect us in a way. The neighbor with the 70-year-old neighbor with his taxes being doubled, the main tax that you control is your millage rate, and you haven't touched that in 6 years. So there are other things and other factors outside, and property values going up over the boom that just happened the last 3 years, I'm sure affected his taxes. But we want our property values to go up and stay up in the city, because if they go down, then we have a whole different set of problems that we have to deal with. And I know that it's not ideal, and I know that it's not great to tell a neighbor that, but this is a lot outside of your control, and everything can't be on the city to fix for. And if we do have a hiring freeze, and we're the only one that has a hiring freeze, and then let's say, other people don't have a hiring freeze, we'll stand out as somewhere that people not only will not want to stay, they won't come here, and then that will reduce our employee quality as well. So when you're the only one doing something, whether it's a hiring freeze or a merit freeze or something like that, and you stand out, it is going to impact you as a city. And I think the city has come a long way in the last few years, and I'd hate to see us go back in a different direction based on some decisions. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. If you look at it from a macro standpoint, I mean, let's face it, there is certainly an emotional response to what we see and hear and feel out there in the economy these days with uncertainty. And what we heard from my fellow commissioner is just that, a very emotional response. And it's real. I don't mean to denigrate that response, because it is real to people. But the facts are that we are seeing a net increase in new property. We are seeing aggressive construction. We are. It's undeniable. On every street, everywhere you go, including Welland Park. Just based on the new garbage cans alone, I mean, we're talking 2,000-3,000 increase properties a year. If you look at the property appreciation, yes, we saw it drop from over 20%, 3 years ago, to the high teens, to the mid-teens. Now we're at 8.25%, 8.5%, 8.75%. But if you analyze that number and look at the actual facts, new builds are up over 10% in property appreciation. Existing property valuation is down. As city manager said, 6 years running now, on to 6 years of flat property tax rate, flat. What's gone up has been property appreciation. You can look at that two sides. As city manager says, it's positive in that you're building equity in your property. The crappy side of it is you're paying more in taxes. Fees go up, as people have experienced, because the cost of providing those services go up. A garbage truck costs $500,000. A fire engine costs over $1 million. I mean, the reality is costs go up. So if you look at it and you say, what are we expecting? You know, revenues are going to continue to go up. New builds in this city are going to continue to go up. Property values might go down for existing structures, and that may help if people go back and revisit their values, may actually see reductions in some of their property tax rate because of it. But ultimately, we're on an upward trajectory, and we are. If you cut too deep, we are going to impact the quality of service to this city. We will make us a less attractive place to come to. That is not a healthy thing for our city, if you ask me. I just don't think it is. And the reality is that nobody knows what's going to happen at the state level. And I can guarantee you one thing, whatever happens at that state level will not just affect us, but will affect every municipality and county in this state. And we will all face that challenge together to respond emotionally. And again, I'll say it, that emotion is real, but to respond to that is a mistake. We have put together a budget here that is the most austere, the tightest, the most restrictive budget I've seen in not just the years I've been on this commission, but even the preceding couple of years that I followed the budget year after year. You know, can you cut more? Sure. You can always cut more, but at what cost? And I think that's where the balance comes in. With all due respect to people's opinions, and everybody has an opinion, to respond based on the emotion of opinions that I can't afford to live here, I can't make ends meet. We have to, as representatives of the city, of everybody, look at it and find that balance. And to me, freezing across the board, whether it's salaries, whether it's hiring, is a terrible, terrible way to go. I have never in my entire career experience seen that work at any level in any organization. Across the boards don't work. If you think there are specific positions that shouldn't be funded this year, that's one thing. But it's a strategic analysis that takes place. And if you look at the process we go through, that's exactly what we do. So I am definitely would not be in favor of this, but I'll defer now. I went a little longer than I expected to, so.
You always do.
I always do, so Mr. You're up again. Yes, you still do.
Thank you, Mayor. Really ditto on everything Mayor said. There is a tremendous price to be paid when you freeze. And I try to point out, I get it. My taxes have gone up. Everyone's taxes have gone up. The appreciation of property values is not a Northport phenomenon. It's a United States phenomenon. So my question to people always is, well, where are you going to go? Because every place has experienced that appreciation. And people really need to look at their trim notices. We pay twice the millage to schools that we pay to the city. We pay as much to the county in taxes as we pay to the city. And what do we get for that? So let's talk about balance, because punishing the city, making the city less than it can be to react to things we don't control is just not the right approach in my mind. But anyway, I'm going on too long. And the one thing that I did want to address, Commissioner Petro, is in your comments, you seemed to conclude that the only way we can address revenue is by hiking property tax and fees. That is not the only way to address it. Our commercial footprint needs to grow. And if we take actions that make Northport less desirable for that to happen, because one of the things that companies will look at when they're evaluating a potential community to move to is the quality of life, the quality of service, the beauty, how well maintained that property is. And we heard we already have a code enforcement issue. We have a lot of issues in that area. And I really took what Ms. Ray had to say. Those new heads aren't to become more proactive. It's to be better at reacting to what is going on. This stuff is a spiral. And everything impacts it. Our parks, the beauty of our neighborhoods, the amount of our commercial base. And if we start doing things that negatively impact our ability to grow commercial, our ability to bring new people here, because another point you brought up, Commissioner, is, we're homesteaded, most of us. If you're not, your homestead in there, because it does lower our property taxes. But when someone moves here, their property tax adjusts to the market rate. So for example, when I bought my house here 11 years ago, I started paying twice the property tax that the previous owner was paying. And that is as it should be. I'm not complaining about that, but that growth helps us. Building houses that are, and I don't know what the pivot point is. I don't know if development services might have a gut for this, but it is a fact that households consume more in city services than they pay in taxes. I mean, that is a generally understood and accepted fact. Businesses pay more in taxes than they consume in services. That's why it's so important. Every time we build a house where the value is less than some break even, we're subsidizing that house through taxes. Everybody's paying to provide those services. And I don't know what the number is. If a house is $700,000, $800,000, when does it sort of break even? What's the value of that house where the taxes and the service consumption kind of breaks even? I don't know what it is. I don't know if Ms. Ray might have a sense of that. But we have to be really careful, really, really careful. Because just a few years ago, Northport was not a very desirable place to be. We had a lot of issues, and I'm not going to go into them. And we have corrected those issues, and we have been recognized for that. I'm not willing to go back. I won't go back. So we need to focus on our commercial development, and we need to do everything in our power to continue to make this city an attractive place for businesses to come to and for people to come to.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this specific conversation regarding the hiring freeze? Anybody? Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay. I believe, Commissioner, you had some additional questions, which,
Yes,
so
sir.
you have the floor, sir.
Yes, a couple questions. As far as increased adjustments, those were not taken into account in our June. We just learned them now, or
We
why?
were waiting on their final number, and their final number came in after. We knew that it was coming, and we knew that it was probably going to be, more than what we had budgeted, but we had not received that final number.
Mhm. Okay. And one question I had about that opioid vehicle, $85,000. That's a new thing. Is that a
opioid vehicle?
Yeah.
Oh. Went to where police? Oh. Okay.
It's a new thing, right? Because we didn't have it.
I don't think so.
The opioid vehicle is purchased out of the settlement funds.
Okay. So,
So it's going to be a truck that's going to be wrapped with preventative information used for that.
okay. Okay. And there will be just more of a message-related marketing thing? for the
It's going to be
outreach?
used for awareness for opioid addiction and all that stuff. It's through the settlement that those funds were distributed to the city.
And another question I had, I'll get that question answered before the meeting, but the fund balance being used to balance the general fund. That was $742,000, right? It was just a. Can you repeat that? So. So my question was, why is $742,000 in fund balance being used to balance the general fund budget?
Right, we had a change in the revenue, some of the revenue projections from the state since June, so they were updated. So after adding in all the other things and doing all the other changes, I was able to add $742,000 back to fund balance. But of course, that is balanced against the fact that we are using the 1.1 million for the City Hall roof hardening project, the city's portion of that. The rest of it's being grant funded, so it's a one-time project. So, in all, we are actually using some fund balance, but not the whole 1.1 that we were intending in June. Right now, we are only using 376,000 from fund balance for the general fund.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And the next one, commission contingency has been reduced to 25,000 from 50. It's not a huge reduction, right? But if we need it, it's not in the budget. What do we do? I mean, it's better to have it and not use it and leave it in the general fund.
Correct, but remember, if we leave it in there as an expense, we have to balance it
Balance.
with the revenue. So if, and we have looked at past, and the city commission has not used their contingencies, but if we needed it, we can do a budget amendment and put it back in. It can always be changed.
Commissioners, are we okay with that, or how do we? And same with the travel expense, correct? We're reducing travel expense as
Yes.
well. Will that include our conferences if we go? Or-
The travel and training wasn't deleted altogether. It was just reduced to be more in line with what the past spending has been. And again, there's 5 of you, so even then, if one of you isn't going somewhere and one of you goes to more than you planned, we can just move it between those accounts too. And again, if there's a need for all of you to increase back up, then we can do a budget amendment.
And as I stated, Commissioner, in my opening, whatever you need that's going to happen from your funding, whether it's contingency or your regular funding, if it's not there, we as a team will find it to make sure that it is there within the funds that we have available in our total budget, even if it's not in your individual budget.
I would also, not participating in the National League of Cities has cut our commission budget travel expense significantly, traveling to Washington, staying in Washington hotels for the value we were getting. So that's cut it. And we just haven't spent it. We haven't spent it, so I put it in the budget.
And we did the same thing with our out-of-state travel as well this year, looking at and scrutinizing, do we need to be in those places outside of the state if it's not related to a certification or some kind of license?
And the last question I had is we proposing reduction of $654,000 to construct the parking lot along the 41 access road. Are we reducing that amount for maintenance of the other roads, or how is it done?
It was transferred out of the surtax portion of the road rehab for 26, but remember, road rehab, they still have surtax money, and they also have road and drainage money for the road rehab.
Okay. That's it from me, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple of general questions. In Public Works, there was a category called Other Uses that showed about a $5 million increase from last fiscal to this fiscal. I don't remember what it was. If somebody could refresh my memory. It was in one of your slides there when you got to Public Works and you were showing the different categories, where it breaks down capital and operating and payroll. And then on Public Works, it had a category called Other Uses. And it was like $5 million up. I'm sure I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, without looking it up exactly to tell you what it is, other uses would be transfers to other funds. And also, I believe, like the West Village's payment from the impact fees is also included in there, and it definitely adjusts year to year.
Okay. Yes, okay. Yep. There you go. I couldn't for the life of me. That makes sense. Tree fund, got a question there. Will we have enough with our projected revenues in the tree fund over the next couple of years? This year, we're covered. But, utilizing that fund to help sustain the department itself, do we anticipate for the next couple of years having the revenues in that account to support us? I mean, I know it's sort of outside the window of this immediate current fiscal budget, but it was just a concern because there's not a whole lot left on the bone. And I can't remember, it's a couple of million a year that's going into that fund?
Correct?
Yeah, tree fund.
Yes, I believe it's a couple of million.
Couple, two?
I don't
I remember it's 2 or 3 million a year. I just want to be comfortable that it's sustaining itself.
If I'm not mistaken, we have a balance in there of about 4 million, or projected balance. And at that rate, I think the division is about $1 million. I mean, you've got a 4-year operating kind of, if you take out the capital, the planning, probably got a 3 to 4 year operational window if you stopped altogether construction, if I'm not mistaken.
So we're good.
So you're good for 3 to 4 years if all construction were to stop completely, which is not going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's for sure. All right, so I'm good with that one. Just an observation before I have a couple more questions. Looking at that breakdown as we went department by department, payrolls, personnel, really year over year was nominal, as were operating expenses. The couple of departments where it jumped up were departments that truly needed it because of growth and meeting that growth, maintaining the quality of life. And they were well explained. The biggest single bump came in the area capital projects. And if we're spending more money, well, to me, that's the place to spend it. So I feel good about that because I believe we're spending the money in the right places. Our increased revenues year after year, in my opinion, are going to the right things, not to continue to fund runaway spending of personnel, operating expenses, or anything else. It's to fund projects, if you look at it from a macro perspective, which is a good thing. That's what we have needed to do for years. I won't go to 5 years. Let's cure that one. War Mineral Springs. Anticipating that we're going to be $5 million short of what we need to fund the improvements that we've already voted to do at Mineral Springs. We have a fund balance of about $1.6 million. So for all those folks who are, grumbling over the fact that people who don't even live in the city are going to pay incrementally more to attend to Springs, I would just say that strap in, because Springs needs to pay for the Springs. Okay, the rest of the citizens of the city of Northport do not want to pay for Mineral Springs. That is a fact. So the bottom line is, the people who use it, half of which do not even live in this city and don't pay taxes to this city, are going to have to subsidize it. There, I said it, fine. People can hate me for it, but the reality is that they're going to have to pay for it if they want that amenity. Otherwise, we should put a fence around it, make it like Little Salt Springs. Don't let anybody go there, and shut it down. And that's not, I believe, what people want. So, we need to clean it up. We need to put bathrooms in. We need to bring water and sewer. We're going to make major investment. We cannot allow that cherished spot, that nationally recognized treasure, to fall into disrepair again. And the people who use it are the people who need to pay for it. That's just the fact, in my opinion. The only other thing we haven't discussed in it, let's see. That vision cost. A couple of things. Is there any appetite to have a conversation again? I'll ask my fellow commissioners about the communications department or the communications division being switched to a department. I got to ask this question before we even have a conversation, if we do. What was the cost to us if that division became a department? I just don't remember the number, so I apologize.
They're looking, how much? It was $47,000, Mr. Mayor.
47,000.
Yes, but part of some of the confusion from what I heard after that decision was made was that it was perceived to be that we had added a department, a division that went from like 2 people to 10 people. And what seemed to have been lost in there somewhere was many of those people were in our department existing, or our organization existing already. They were embedded within the departments. It was a very decentralized model. So we pulled those people into one location. We didn't get 8 new positions in communications. They may have gotten a couple, and I don't want to say that they didn't get a couple, but this idea that, well, you added 8 or 10 people to this one division and 2 people were doing it before. No, it was always a team before.
Always.
You didn't see the team before.
Exactly.
And I'm not a fan of decentralized models of most things because they're less efficient and it gives less sort of oversight to the process. But, we have a decentralized financial model right now where there are business managers embedded within departments. We're going to see if that's the best model that we have. Our IT is decentralized in certain areas. We want to see if that's the best model. But collectively, what we have seen under the leadership of Jason Bartolone has been the bringing together of many different disciplines of communication in a very productive way for the entire agency and the city.
Thank you. So with that in mind, that we're talking less than $50,000, is there any appetite on the part of my fellow commissioners to want to discuss? Because if there's a time to do it, it would be now. And, I personally, I believe it's invaluable. I see no reason why for less than $50,000, why communications division shouldn't be a department. It interfaces across. It needs to have equal standing with every department. I just think it was penny wise and dollar foolish to vote yay for IT and not for communications. I mean, people want 2 things out there in the public. They may not agree with all our decisions, but universally, everybody wants more transparency and more inclusiveness. Well, to me, that's communications. So if you ask me, I think it's money well spent, less than $50,000, can easily be absorbed in this budget, and it would put this division on an equal par with other departments. So again, I ask, has anybody got an appetite, or am I just,
I do, but I'll wait. I've been talking a lot.
well, nobody else seems to be going in the queue here, so.
Okay, I'll leap into
Well,
the breach. Oh,
I'll explain why from the last time.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Vice Mayor, you're up then.
And I do believe when we discussed this the last time, we were discussing about the IT and what the cost factor was and what the adjustment of salaries to the individuals would be.
Right.
And with the IT department, and if I remember the numbers correctly, the salary was going to change with benefits and everything of approximately $12,000. Was that, am I close on that?
I think that sounds a little light, but
It
yes,
could be a
those
little
were-
light, but
Right.
when it came to communications, that salary adjustment was the 45,000
Well,
that we discussed, and that's what I brought up. I said, it's kind of hard to give an individual a $45,000 raise.
but that included FRS benefits. That was not a
That was all
salary.
benefits and everything.
Right,
and
but it was
that's
not
what-
a salary. Yeah.
No, it wasn't, but I'm just saying, everything added up, and to the public out there, giving an individual $45,000 was the discussion.
If that was the total for the compensation package, I won't disagree with that, but I will say we are not giving any one person a $47,000 raise to their salary. Now, the FRS thresholds that they will reach based on their new distinction is part of the benefit of going from the division to the director. They are putting in the same level of commitment throughout the agency as other department heads who are recognized for similar work.
But as other people, citizens out there see it,
Yes.
it's still to the benefit of the individual, because down the road, FRS is retirement, higher this. I understand all that, but that's what the difference was, and that's where the conversation came down to it, to where from one individual wasn't that much, one individual was pretty grand.
So based on what finance is just telling me now, they're both very similar, which I thought that was the case. Both of them are in a very similar position of where they're currently being compensated and the FRS package that will improve. There's no great distinction between the two, and I believe that the information that we had during the first meeting, we had it off. It was our error, because I remember saying that something didn't look right with what we were saying to you at the time.
Right, and that's when I was
Right.
hoping you were gonna come back with a different
Yes.
analysis this time.
But both of them are still, the difference is they both are going to be very comparable if you're looking at it from a salary and FRS benefit standpoint. I believe that even with the increase in salary, if you take that, if you separate the two, they're both still going to be on the lower side, if not below the median of their particular peer group. They're not going from here to here. It's an incremental process to get them closer to their peer group.
No, and I understand all that, so.
And I can add, I'm just looking at the numbers, the salary was just 13,000.
On the year. Okay, but it was everything else, so we didn't have that number back then, but no, I appreciate it, and I knew you were gonna come back with this, because we've discussed this at one-on-ones too, to get the numbers at least correct to where, I know the overall cost is X.
Right.
But how did that cost break down? And I appreciate that, so.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of the conversation we had back then that I do want to address, that there was a tone that communications just isn't as critical or as skillful as some of the other departments. And I challenged that because I see the contributions of that organization significantly in two buckets. One is, since Mr. Barone came and since we changed the model of communications, our outreach to the community and the flow of timely information to our residents has just improved to such a degree. And that is a critical need of this community. We have so many new people coming in. There's so much change going on. Getting that information out to the community is vital. So kudos, because the team has done such a great job with that. People don't always like it, to Mayor's point of view, but the information is out there. Second, we were talking before about the importance of Northport to maintain its position of being a desirable place to be. And all of the departments in the city, everybody has contributed to that. But in my mind, communications has had such significant impact in how this city is viewed. And I'll just share one example. When I first moved here, and I'd be outside the city and people would say, "Where are you from?" I'd say, "Oh, I live in Northport." And people would kind of, "What? What are you doing in Northport?" And now when I say I'm from Northport, people say, "Wow, that is such a happening place." Huge difference. And our communications team has made a significant contribution because they pump out positive information about what's going on in the city on virtually a daily basis, maybe not on Sundays, but the information is going out all the time. And it has elevated our standing in the region. And I really compliment them for having played a very key role in turning that perception of the city around and really amplifying all of the positive things that are happening here. So I believe the function is as important as any of our other functions. I supported the elevation then, and I support it now, and I thank City Manager, maybe you are, City Mayor.
Tough
for bringing
enough
it
being
back.
commissioner, with all due respect.
But thank you for bringing it up again, because I do think it was an oversight collectively on our part, and I would like to correct it.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, the main concern, like I said before, was the numbers. And what I wanted was to have that information come back and broken down to where it was more easily digestible on the why and what that number meant. I mean, we didn't have that information back then. So that's why I said, nah, I couldn't support that, because I couldn't support that number. I will support this going forward because it is a just need, but I just wanted those numbers broken down. And I appreciate that coming back because that needed to be out there for information. So,
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say motion, but it is a workshop. So what I suggest, I do have a couple other questions as I had the floor, and then I'll wrap up my end. But I would like to do a consensus for directing staff to bring this back for a vote by the commission to to make the communications division a department. And I'd like to see that come back at least for a vote, another conversation vote. So if I can get a consensus, Commissioner Duval?
I'll consent to bringing it back for discussion.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yep.
Good. All right, staff's got some direction. If you could bring up the slide from the last slide of your presentation, we're at the 5-year CIP. Just had a question. There we go. So basically, we have our 5-year totals of 304 million. Total CIP 581. But is there a reason why the PD headquarters is not in that number at all?
Only because it was never designed to be a CIP project because of how much it is. If you were to put it in the CIP, those would have to be funded through the CIP process. The headquarters is a large-scale infrastructure project I don't think you would have put it in your CIP.
I mean, it's in our master.
Unless you put it as a placeholder, but it was unfunded.
It's unfunded.
Right, exactly.
That's-
You can put it as a placeholder to be aware of it, but to fund it through the CIP would not be its normal, natural course of funding.
So these are funded.
Well, either funded or designed to be funded through a bucket of funding that we're going to talk about in the 10-year conversation.
Gotcha. Okay, the only other subject, and I don't know if it's apropos for this at this point, but the vacant lot assessment, I know that's coming back to us when?
What we were doing, I know, was, as she's coming down here, was flushing through the details of that particular program. It won't come back to you before you come back from your recess in August, but it should come back in September.
Well, longer than that, next year. But there's a lot of legal work and coordination that has to happen between now and the time that the commission would have documents in front of them to look at regarding a program for that and for the other issue that we talked about, the lien recovery. The outside attorney, we need to have more discussions with them regarding the process and the ordinances that are required. There's also timelines that have to be managed with the tax collector. So it is a very long process, and we were told that it would likely be 2027 before we could get a program like that into place.
Fiscal year 27?
To be determined.
Because we knew we missed this deadline to get on to this fall, but our goal was to get on to next fall, which that deadline to get on to next fall has to be somewhere probably in early 26.
It would not be for fiscal year. We would not be able to have it for fiscal year. Our outside counsel did state that it would be a minimum, probably 18 months before we could get something to adoption.
Okay, because next fall would be fiscal year 27.
Right.
So if it's not.
It's like calendar year.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little ways out.
Yeah,
It is a ways out.
Because that would have given us, 1 year would have been better because it would have given us a little bit of a cushion, and a source of revenue to help in a variety of ways. But all right, it is what it is.
So, and a lot of it is not something we can control.
Right.
It's timelines that the tax assessor requires for putting assessments on the tax roll.
Right, and again, just a point of clarification with regard to, the one glaring hole, so to speak, in our fiscal year budget, which is funding any police salaries, police bodies. The reality is there, while there's some concern on some parts, it was like, where is that money going to come from? Obviously, you can't hire them if we don't have the money to pay for them. So each quarter we will look at it. Any budget, every budget is just that. It is a budget. Some things you spend more, some things you spend less. Some things don't get spent in the time frames you anticipated because of a multitude of reasons. So there is always the movement of money. To the extent we have that flexibility and that ability, obviously we'll be able to fund quarter by quarter. So, there is a methodology to everything we do. The budgeting process is a perfect example of how meticulous it is. It is careful, it is analyzed, it is methodical, thoughtful, and it is a living thing that gets adjusted as you go through your year. And so I wouldn't want anyone out there to think that this is not a very carefully managed process and that every dollar we work with is not carefully considered, and because it is. And I look forward to anybody who can point to specifics, not generalities, not emotional reactions to how they feel about their life condition, but specifically where they might feel we are spending money where we shouldn't, that wouldn't be in the best interest of our city. I welcome that conversation. On the 29th of this month, I have a roundtable town hall. I welcome anyone who's hearing this to come talk to me, and I'm more than happy to listen to specifics of where you think we might be wasting citizens' money, because that's a conversation I'm willing to have and bring back for all of us to discuss. But I think we do a great job. I really want to commend this staff for the hard work this year. This was, of all the years I've watched this, and it's going on over 5 or 6, well before I even became a commissioner, I used to download this budget and analyze it just because I'm a numbers geek. And I got to tell you, this is the best budget I have seen in all the years I've been following this city. So you are all to be commended for doing a good job. This was painful. And there will be some levels of service impact based on this budget, but I think it's as great a balance as we could have come up with. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. Nobody else has anything to say here. Shall we all rest up? Demetrius Petro, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick.
I hope
Technical
so,
question.
because we want to go to lunch.
Yes. Utilities capital category, I forgot to ask that. There's a jump in 10 million. Does that include the station or no? As a
What
capital?
category is that, sir?
It's in utilities department.
Oh, utilities.
Yes, and there was a big jump in amount of somewhere $10 million. Because what is that? It does include that?
The 17 million, that was the effluent pumping.
Wastewater treatment.
Yes.
Wastewater, so it does include
Doing it
that.
ourselves.
Okay. And the development department, there was a big jump in capital category. What was specifics on that?
$2.5 million for some environmentally sustainable land.
There was 1 million for the online permitting for Acela.
Acela.
So it's capital, right? We're talking about capital?
Yes.
I think it was more than one. What was the total jump? It was from one of your slides this morning. I didn't write it down how much was.
It was 3.7 million. And online permitting was 1, environmental sensitive land was 2.5, and then the renovation is listed at 500K for what they might do with the PD headquarters. So that's the total of the capital that went to propose from adopted from last year.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I think everybody hopefully is in agreement. Why don't we take a 45-minute break? Let's come back at 1 o'clock, pick up. Welcome back, everybody. It's 1:01, and we're back at it. I did want to just make a quick ask. Did we have any public comments on 25-2482?
No public comment, sir.
All right. Then I guess we are ready to move on to B, huh? 25-2530, discussion and possible direction for the 10-year capital improvement plan. City manager, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a presentation that we are going to go through. A few slides that will sort of set the tone of the complete list that we're going to walk through in some great detail. But as we start with our slide deck, which shows the 10-year capital improvement, this particular presentation, one, we want to talk about what it looks like from the beginning, and we do have a total in our 10-year CIP of nearly $1.5 billion, and this was a part of what PFM did for us. If you recall, what we wanted to do was to show the entire universe of projects out there for like a 20-year window, and we did that. And it showed a lot of funding gaps. So the goal of this 10-year CIP agenda item is to sort of today look at what the 10-year CIP window looks like, accept what it looks like, and we're going to give you some funding considerations for you to think about over the course of August while you're on recess. Now, knowing that you're not going to think about it every day while you're gone, we will do some work and look at the information that we have while you're gone so that when you come back in September, we can have a conversation about, well, how can we sort of slot some of these projects into the funding that we have, or where do we need to take some of the funding buckets that we have in order to meet some of these obligations? This is most likely going to be an ongoing conversation. I don't want us to lose sight of it, even as we talk about it today. We're not going to solve for it today. We're not going to solve for it in September. But I think that the sooner that we identify a strategy and a roadmap to getting some of these things done, the better off we will all be, because it is a lot, and it's important that we talk about it. So when you look at the appropriation to date, that's $251 million of our 10-year CIP, and $725 million total has been funded. It leaves a shortfall of about $500 million. And the $500 million, as we discuss the projects that you're going to see, we've ranked them, and this is how we sort of rank them as a department and team we have. When you look at our guidelines, if it's critical to public safety and health, it was ranked high. Part of some of that determination was, irregardless of the year that you needed it, it was ranked high, which means that some things that may be ranked in the high category could be a few years out, but looking at the criteria, if it's public safety and critical, you can imagine it's going to be in a high category. I don't want you to confuse high for high in ranking versus a right now priority. And the projects weren't ranked against each other that you're going to see, so we didn't sort of rank them and say, well, one department was more important or valuable than the other. They ranked them their projects based on the criteria that you're looking in front of you. So I'm sure we'll have some conversation on some of these to see if they stay where they're slotted or there's movement that needs to be done. Also high in the category is needed to prevent imminent failure of essential infrastructure. This goes back to sort of what we asked the citizens on the referendum: could we build and borrow for those items? And knowing that it failed, now we have to look at some of those and make sure there's a pathway to get them done. The essential for maintaining core municipal operations. We know that if we can't service our citizens, then that reduces drastically our impact to make sure that they remain serviced with a high quality of life that we want to provide. Linked to time-sensitive grant funding or external contributions, whether we're talking about, the police headquarters is the first thing that comes to my mind regarding some grant funding we were seeking for it from the state. And, there were timelines and limits that were on those, and it comes with stipulations. And Valerie Malinowski, our grant manager, is the one who keeps us in line with making sure that we stay on top of our grant compliance deadlines so that we don't miss out on funding that could support a project. Fully funded and ready to proceed without a construction contract or necessary resources already in place is very important, and directly tied to high priority items in the city's strategic plan as set by the commission, which we know those are ones that you set annually, and expected to provide a high return on an investment. If we can get a project in priority, make sure that it stays at the top and we can get money back of it. One that meets that category off my top of my mind is transfer station that we've all been talking about recently. So a medium ranking would look like an improvement of operational efficiency or service delivery. We're never going to stop looking for those. We're always going to keep that door open and keep it moving. To extend the useful life of existing assets, the longer we can keep something that we already have in place, the better we can make sure that we don't have to spend money on it until we absolutely have to. Medium can also be deferred 1 to 3 years without major impact. This is where the flexibility in some items come from to allow us to say it's important, but we have a little bit of time to make sure that we have a plan in place to get it funded. Low ranking guidelines would be non-essential improvements, projects with minimal impact if delayed beyond 3 years, and initiatives that can wait until higher priority needs to be addressed. So everything, as you can imagine, in the $500 million that we're looking for, it cannot be priority number 1. We have to sort of make sure that we rank them in a way that allows for the department heads and their teams and their subject matter experts to be able to live with some of the projects being done sooner, some being done in the short term, and then some being done in the long term. When you look at this particular chart, it shows you a summary of those funding statuses by priority. And we would, highlight in the high category that 326 million of the high category, which is 735 million, is currently unfunded. Now that would be what I would call a red flag, because one, we need to talk about what's ranked in the high category, and if it's unfunded, how can we fund it? Like, what are our options, and what are our realistic options to get that done? When you look at the medium category, it's a little bit more balanced, with $216 million being totaled and 111 million being unfunded and 104 being funded. And then in the low category, which is sort of the opposite of the high category, most of it is actually funded at 211 million and 71 million is unfunded. So when you look at this just on its face value, we can clearly see the need is to address some of the high unfunded projects that we're going to go over. So how are we going to pay for some of these fundings? When we talk about the different buckets, and you literally are seeing buckets on your screen, this is what it looks like as we start talking about, well, where's the money going to come from? A lot of it is not sort of things you have not heard. They are just things that we need to take into the proper perspective. First bucket says road and drainage district, fire rescue district, solid waste district, and utility revenue funds. And those are based on the rate studies. So those are the assessments that we talk about and what you see and what you decide upon, and allows us to actually charge the user back for those, and they pay for a lot of those projects. The next bucket is surtax, which we talked about, and we know that it's based on the commission approved plan that you've already put into place. And again, our natural reaction has been to use surtax for a lot of things, and we're grateful it's there. But whether it's the future uncertainty of it, or whether it's the impact that we hear from the community when we try to change it before, if we change that, it just needs to be a very deliberate and separate conversation. I wouldn't want you to start rearranging surtax in this particular exercise, just knowing that you've already made some decisions, and there's some things in surtax that absolutely have to be taken care of first and foremost. And the one that comes to my mind off the top of the head is always going to be Price Boulevard, because we rearranged a lot to get that done based on what we needed when we needed it. So some are just department-specific funds that are based on capacity, and whether it's a tree fund, we know what we've obligated those funds for. Warm Middle Springs Fund. We know that, as mentioned earlier, we want Warm Middle Springs to pay for itself. So how do we fix the shortfall there in order to rebuild it and renovate it the way that we're doing now, based on the plan that was approved by the commission in earlier this fiscal year, early this calendar year. Excuse me. Also, we have the building fund, which we touched on earlier, and the fleet management. Impact fees. So the impact fees based on the PFM financial model, that is crucial, very crucial to how the city continues, as was mentioned earlier, the commercial development and the footprint of what we do in order to keep growing as a city. It's important that those impact fees continue to come into the city so that we can benefit from that revenue source directly related to the growth that the city is experiencing. And the replacement and renewal funds, they reflect district approvals and plan transfers from this source of funds, and this goes back to the proactiveness of making sure that we don't just neglect those replacement and renewal fund opportunities that will allow us to take advantage of those funds and reduce the need to find new funding sources in the future. So then, now we have new potential funding options. And, again, as it was also said earlier, one, we've talked about surtax. Two, we've already talked about the ad valorem rate. So some of these we've sort of already talked about in our conversations. And we also talked about the vacant lot registration program with Director Ray here earlier. But when you look at increasing things that you can increase other than those we've already mentioned, the non-ad valorem assessment, water and wastewater utility rates, impact fees, and utility franchise fees. Those are some of the ones that you have touched on or used in the past in order to get some of the revenue shortfalls taken care of. New revenue sources, there's not a lot that has not already been done or thought about or ruled out, but I think we always need to keep that door open. And the vacant lot registration one that we talked about, although it won't be in effect for a few years, I think that if we would have rushed it and made it come soon faster, we would have more headaches than tying it into the tax collector and allowing that to be the vehicle that we use to actually collect those funds for our city. We can also explore and pursue COPS, which we know that we're doing that for the headquarters. Some of these other projects might be valuable candidates for that as well. So once we do it, I think, and prove that it can be done, I think that that will open the door up for us to be able to do it more often. But at the end of the day, no matter how you do it, you have to be able to have the money to pay for it. And that's what we want to make sure that, regardless of the vehicle, we have a way to pay for it. The P3 initiatives, I think that we are very fortunate that there's a vendor out there who is soliciting us for P3 opportunities without us going out to solicit to the world. It doesn't mean that that is the only P3 partner that you might have, but I think it shows that there's an attractiveness to what you're doing as a city. People want to be connected to what your future looks like. I don't think everybody can say that, and I think that we should be grateful that we're getting that sort of attention. Our legislative appropriations, we are very grateful and fortunate to have people that support us at the state level. We get constant support from whether it's Buchanan and Gruters and some of the other ones who have just said that they believe in the city of Northport, and that not only do they believe in us when they are here visiting our city, but they also speak very highly of us, when we're not there to speak for ourselves in Tallahassee. Cost sharing, interlocal agreements. There's partners here, whether it's the county or others, that we would love to be able to make sure that we keep sort of those doors open in ways that benefit our city, which in turn has a mutual benefit to them as well. Developer contributions. Some of the problems that we need to solve for, including activating the area out in activity 6 and 10, is important, and that developer contributions, in order to get that done, is going to be crucial, because we just cannot figure out a solution to solve on our own. We're going to have to find a way to partner with them in a way that allows them to be paid back either over the course of time or get a benefit that allows them to understand that we need that commercial, we need those areas activated in order to fulfill our future plan. And one of them is the next one, which is the consideration of an independent special district. You know, if we are able to implement a special district in the future that allows for it to maintain itself and allow for it to have revenue that is generated for itself, where we don't have to go out and look for an external entity, but it is controlled and maintained under the rules of a special district, I think that the city should consider that. I think that's a very important option, and we are doing research on that and exploration of that model to bring back to you in the near future so we can seriously consider that. But as you can tell, and hopefully that you understand, we are leaving no option off the table and no stone unturned. But when you look at some of the projects that we're about to walk through now, what we would like for you to do is just help us. And when you see the unfunded amounts, like, how do we solve for this? How do we fund for that? You know, which bucket makes the most sense? Or is it a combination of buckets? And, you know, I think our team is here to answer some of the questions on the priority of how we need it and why we need it. And that should generate us to a pathway of how we move forward through the month of August while we wait to re-engage you in the month of September. So now, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, we're going to put up on the screen the attachment that was with the document, and I'm going to sort of just walk us through on the screen some of the, make sure we're looking at the same one. Is that the same one I'm looking at? I think it is. Okay. So this is the 10-year capital improvement plan with projects and priority and funding status. So let's start to go through this. All right. So Development Services is up first with their online permitting system. And let's just use one example so we can keep going and see what we're doing. So the project total through fiscal year 35 is $4.7 million. We have appropriated $3.7 million and funded $1 million of it. So when you look at this particular project, you can see that in the far right column of fiscal year 26 through 35, excuse me, there's no unfunded amount. That's a great thing. If they were all that easy, it would be awesome. But that is a good example of one that takes care of itself. If I come down to line 11, because I'm going to go to the ones that are unfunded, as we can see the ones which are funded, you will see that there's in the information technology department, there are unfunded A and B equipment charges of $275,000. There's an ERP system replacement potentially of $10 million that is unfunded. If you recall, this budget year, we needed to have $200,000 estimated in order for us to move forward with the project for the ERP. We did not have that in there. We had to take that out. So our ERP that we have right now, our enterprise resource planning system, I told you that we need that done immediately. We are going to have to, and this goes back to sort of managing our expenses on things that we have to defer to. We're going to have to either add some modules to the one that we have or stretch it out a little bit longer until some of that other revenue comes into the city. I hate to do it. I don't like to do it, but we are really not in a position to take on that project right now. And you can actually see that that is why it's in the low funded as a priority. We can do without it because we have a system right now. Would we be more efficient and effective with the new system? Absolutely. We need to leverage technology so that our people can be the most efficient, but we have to also make choices regarding things that we have to deal with. There's a couple of the items there, as you see, some replacements in IT going down to line number through 18. The next section is Parks and Recs. What you're looking at in the first few items of unfunded, and they are mostly in the medium category right now. You're looking at baseball field renovations. You're looking at Atwater Park baseball field renovation, Little League LED conversion, the park lot LED conversion, regulation field LED conversion, there's splash pad rehab, Most of these are unfunded, especially when you start looking at Butler Park and the basketball court and multipurpose fields 1, 2, and 3. All of these are unfunded through our Parks and Recs, but we know that they are on the list of what's coming up. Our next slide, when you look at slide 34, and while you see a lot of items for Parks and Recs, you will see that they are smaller in size than what some of the other larger ones look like in some of the other departments, because we are talking about, conversions, replacements, but there is a volume here that I want us to sort of not lose, especially as we talk about Dallas White Park. You look at number 45 and we talk about the George Mullins Center. One of the things that, I've talked about or had a conversation with recently is about the Mullins Center and its numbers on how it's utilized. It does provide a lot, and we've had this conversation sort of before, but not in this same way, but we've talked about what we provide as a city for the Mullins Center, the space that we provide. We're no longer using the gym there. The gym there has now, the equipment has been or is being moved out, and then that space will be repurposed for, the main thing I think of is extra space for their summer camp usage, but now it would be extra space when summer camp's not in, maybe for meetings or et cetera. But thinking about the long-term plan for the Mullins Center might be important. The Mullins Center could be somewhere that could be repurposed if the events that are there now were used in other venues, or they could be used at the Morgan Center, some of those events. STC has meeting space, maybe they could be used there. And what if you use the Mullins Center as a place to sort of help with the swing space of the police department while we are waiting to get their building built, while we are still using trailers out for police? So it's just a thought process of how do we make sure that we explore all of our options, but the Mullins Center provides a very, very valuable impact to the community. We would want to have a conversation about, well, how would those needs be taken care of outside of what we do? And the city doesn't have to be the owner of all the solutions, but when your back is against the wall, and make no mistake, that's where we're at. We're just thinking and spitballing conversations that could make an impact down the line. And as I keep going through, now I'm looking at sort of line number 55. We're talking about McKibben Park and some of those conversions and replacements. Narramore Park, same way. We're still looking at unfunded parks activities that need attention sooner rather than later. And again, they are a little bit split between low and medium priorities. When you look at the high priorities, we're talking really about Narramore Soccer Field rehab and replacement, because it's one of our heaviest used fields. And then you also look at the park maintenance building, which is a high priority, which we know is being used over at Dallas White Park for its new location. So then you come down to line item number 79 and 80. We start talking about the skate park and some of the renovations that need to be done on that side. There are some high priorities here at the end of this Parks and Rec schedule that we don't want to minimize. And one I'm thinking about is the Warm Meadow Springs on line 85, the master plan implementation on the 60 acres, and then you have the building rehabilitation that we're doing as well. We have some unfunded numbers there that was just mentioned earlier about Warm Meadow Springs. And ideally, we want Warm Meadow Springs to take care of itself. It is an enterprise fund. It needs to generate revenue to offset that amount. Unfortunately, it won't be able to offset this amount because of what we need in the short term to get it rehab. But there's not to say that the money can't come from this fund to replace wherever you might use it from in order to take care of the project that we are currently involved in. But as you can see, there is an unfunded amount in that high priority for Warm Meadow Springs. The $5.5 million for the 20 acres is the most important, and then the $5 million, depending on how we implement the master plan, would be the next one. And knowing that Christine Johnson and John Thaxton have met with us and will come back to us, because I believe we left that conversation with us going back to them to see if the initial the initial points of their conservation easement could be reviewed, it will come back to you, and that will help you make a decision on that second bucket of $5 million. But again, still very important for Warren Mill Springs. The next bucket here is public safety, the PD and fire department, the public safety training complex. This is a high priority and unfunded item that touches on both of our public safety department. When you look at fire and rescue by itself for public safety, starting at line 90 and 91, you can see that, again, high priority because of its critical mission to life. But you can also see that there's an unfunded amount in these projects as well, especially when you look at something like line 95, which is controlled medical supply dispensers, if I'm reading that right, or was that the ambulance? I'm sorry, 94. The ambulance for fiscal year 34, it's $1 million, but it's unfunded. So we have to figure out how, in the set of buckets that I mentioned earlier, can we get some of this accomplished. Fire Station 81 rebuild, that actually is looking good, and we know that they're moving forward with that. So that shows a good example of a high project that is actually funded. The amount of the EOC operating building, which was on line 96, that one we're still waiting on to get that final number. But as you can see, the $11.2 million in that line item is what we have all known that you have appropriated for that project. But approximately $6 million, hopefully less, is what's unfunded that we still have to solve for. And when you have unfunded projects competing with unfunded projects, that is where a lot of the challenge comes in to us if you're trying to convey in this exercise. Moving down their list, you'll start to see that they need some engines replaced and some fire trucks added to their particular budget. You'll see some fire stations in line items 105 and 106 start to needed to come online in fiscal years 31, 32, and also fiscal year 34. We do have some time before that gets here, but you know and I know that that time will come faster than any of us can think. And so us now being able to say how we plan on addressing that funding issue will keep us all on the right track to getting it done. On the next page, when you start to look at line items 110 through 133, you'll see some more of the same of ambulances that are necessary. You'll see the replacement of some extrication equipment, some staff vehicles, Rescue 80 scheduled replacements through Rescue 87, all of which are unfunded at this particular time. You'll also see that there are some trucks, 82, 84, and 86, that are scheduled for replacement that are funded. So we don't want you to think that everything that you see is unfunded, but like I said, we really need to look at things in a very holistic manner. And make no mistake, I am fairly certain this is as much CIP detail that any commission has ever received from the city of Northport staffing, because that's why we did the exercise, and we thank you for allowing us to do it. When you look under police, I'm starting now at line item 135. You will see that they have a total of 191, which should be 19 million total there. But they have a lot of that is also unfunded when you look at the 153, and that total is down based on, the police headquarters is the biggest item that you're going to find in there. That is an item that, again, as we were talking about earlier, putting that into a normal CIP window, unless you're going to, again, take the pathway of just raising something up for that amount of money, that's not something. That's why it was on the ballot for approval to be funded through general obligation bonds, which is the cheapest and normal way that a city of our size would take care of its large-scale infrastructure projects. But we are where we are, and it is what it is. So now I think that sort of the conversation that we had yesterday that talked about the future of the P3, and it's some have written or some have said that, well, now they put it on the shelf and they put it on hold. I don't really think that's an accurate way to say what you did. What you did was say, keep trying to figure it out and keep working on it. And what we need to do is have more information brought to you, more pathways further fleshed out. But you have in no way said put this on a shelf unless let's not answer it. We are still solving for this problem, and it is a long-term effort, and we are committed to solving for it because we know the need is there. And we're going to keep bringing you information on different pathways on how to get it done until we figure out that it is done. Or you tell me to stop, one or the other. But there was the writing that said it was kind of put on hold, and the cost of it does need to be reevaluated in a way that can make sense. And the way I speak of it is we asked for 115, and that number was too large for our community. The number needs to be somewhere in a double-digit number that will allow us to actually get it done. I don't believe I've done this, but I got a memo from our police design architect, and he was out of the country, but then he gave it to us, and I believe he gave it to me right before I went on vacation. I need to give it to you, and we're going to put it online. It further talks about the substation effort and why that's not the most ideal way to go for our city. And it talks about other cities of our size or our growth that it just doesn't make sense for. But at the same time, it gives you an example of a municipality, I think it was Bradenton, where they said, this is your number, you build to that number, and that way they have been able to say, get as much as you can for that number. We just need to keep thinking, and I'm going to send that to the commission, and we'll make sure we put it online, but we just need to make sure that we keep thinking about how to get this done. And I don't want the newspaper, to make it sound like the commission has said, you know what, throw our hands up and said, we can't deal with this. You can't do it because we haven't brought you the right option. When we find that right option, that right tool, I think that will unlock some of the problem that we're trying to solve for. So I'll go past police, and now we go to Public Works. And Public Works is one of our larger capital needs departments. But when you look at some of their unfunded items, I'm looking at facility citywide rehab, which I'm pretty sure came out of the assessment that we just received. And that's a pretty big number when you look at it. And to see $37 million unfunded, we have to figure out how we're going to get that done over the next 10 years. And that is unfortunately not even the biggest cost in their particular bucket of needs, which would turn to the Public Works facility phase 2 of, it looks about $50 million with 45 million total, but 41 million looks to be funded, and $4 million of it is unfunded. So again, the give and take of how the CIP works. Their drainage, Public Works drainage, is a big total, and most of it is funded as well. Their total is $104 million, with 79 being funded, and leaves about 9 million unfunded. So we're glad that they're able to take care of themselves based on their rate assessments. And when you come down to fleet, they have not a large need, but as you can see, it's spread out over low, medium, and high pretty well, but still needs funding consideration. Now I'm on slide 185, which is starting with Public Works solid waste. You see the transfer station there. That is a problem that we keep admiring, but we are going to get to the end of it. But we've been able to fund it, and that is something that we are going to be able to do within ourselves. It's just going to take some rate increases and some time to get it done, but we believe that that's one that, along with the effluent station, is one that we have to take care of. We know that there's a rate of return and a rate on there's a return on investment from doing it ourselves, and having someone else reap some of that rate of return or return on investment is not something we want to do. Even though we know that a P3 partner might be able to get us there a little bit faster and easier, we want to protect projects that allow us to protect and retain taxpayer dollars as much as possible. So that transfer station still stays top of mind. I'm on line 192 now. We're looking at Public Works transportation. When you look at a lot of these items, they are spread pretty good throughout low, medium, and high. The low, medium ones seem to be more of the unfunded because they do have a lot in public works transportation that are appropriated. And when you come down to some of the bigger items, I'm on line 217, which is our road rehab program. Our road rehab program. I hate to say it, it may never be enough just because of the way that our roads need constant attention. The more people we put on those roads, the more attention that it's going to need, and that just goes hand in hand with the growth pattern of the city and the needs of our infrastructure. So there's a lot in our transportation, public works needs, but again, we have to take care of our thoroughfares so that people can get through the city as much as possible. Next page, we're looking at utilities and facilities, and they're on line 232. Their administrative building and field operations center. We've already been to the ribbon cutting of that, and that $35 million facility is underway. So not everything that we have that is large ticketed is a problem. This is one where we did reshuffle some projects to get the amount for the building to be done, but it was worth it based on the needs of the department at the time. When you look at utilities and wastewater system, here is the $17 million for the effluent pumping station, line item 236 that we talked about earlier. We do have the funding accounted for in here for that, and it will take rate assessments to get there. But also, we know that we tried to get it a different way, and that was not successful. And not to say that we couldn't sort of pivot or use a COPS in this process, but at the end of the day, we need to get it allotted for now, right? We need to get it allotted for now while we still explore operations. And if you have to move it from one pocket to the other, if that's the case, or the will of the board, then that's fine. But I think that the sense of urgency with that project has to be front and center so that we don't end up in a worse situation, whether it's publicly by what we provide or financially by what the DEP might says you should have done differently. As I keep moving down through utilities and wastewater, a lot of these are funded through the actual rates and what they will recover. The problem is you just want to make sure that there's a balance between the rates that they are charging versus how much people can afford. People can afford unlimited rates, so you have to make sure that you are considerate of how much and how fast you're raising those particular charges. On section utilities, water systems, starting at 255, again, enterprise funding sources that allow for us to be able to charge for those services as needed. And when you're looking at these, we're talking about now the booster pump station, the direct potable reuse pilot plant. We're talking about items that are low priority and a little bit more on the we can wait side, as opposed to they are a emergency that needs to be solved for today. On the last page, we are still looking at the category of utility waste system, and when you look at there's some of their money is appropriated, but when you get towards some of the out years of through 35, you will see their unfunded amounts are small, and the total of their funded sources total about $81 million, leaving only $5 million unfunded. So this was a lot, but this was what the universe looks like as far as how we have to solve for our CIP. The buckets that we mentioned earlier in the report are where we're looking at to get a lot of this done, but collectively, what we are looking for is, one, any questions that you might have regarding some of these projects, some of their funding sources, or even some of the timelines of what some of this might need to be done based on knowing the budget that we're in this year and where we're going to go in the next year. So I will stop right there, Mr. Mayor, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Oh, a mouthful. Well, commissioners, somebody want to start somewhere? Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to key in on one particular issue, and that has to do with the solid waste transfer station. We've been talking about this project, and one phrase we keep hearing is that it will pay for itself. Well, I want to suggest to you a possible way to show that it can pay for itself. I'm suggesting to my fellow commissioners, before 2026 or 2025 is over, we institute a special $100 fee on all customers of solid waste. That's our residential customers. I do not know what our commercial customers pay, but we could tack on something on them too, okay? That $100 fee will be for 3 years. Each year it will generate $4 million. I'm told there's already about $2.5 million appropriated for this, and if this project costs about $15 million, then it can be paid for in about 3 years. Now, what we do is we institute this fee before this year is over to start for the year 2026. During 2026, these fees will be paid on the taxes, starting on, they got to be paid by March 31st. So those taxes will be paid for the years 26, 27, and 28. In the meantime, we find a contractor that's willing to work with us and get that design built. And at the beginning, after 1 year of collecting these fees, we've got $4 million in fees, about $2.5 million already appropriated, and we get this contractor to okay that we're going to give him a down payment of around $5 million. Now he starts construction, and after 1 year, he should be pretty well on in the construction, and we give him that second $5 million, that second $4 million that we've collected. Okay, and then within 2 years, I would expect the project would probably be completed. Okay, and we can now give him that third installment. It's now paid for. Now, that $100 fee goes away totally. And for the next 6 years, we decrease because we're expecting to have lower costs and we're expecting to start getting some revenue. We give a 6-year time period where we're going to lower the fee for our customers by an additional $50. So after 6 years, they pay for 3 years, and then after 6 years, they've got their money back. And we've got a solid waste transfer station. And in the meantime, I would also advise that our grants department keep applying for grants to, maybe help out with this. But that's my basic suggestion.
But let's, since this is such a voluminous topic, why don't we do them one at a time? And let's, okay, Commissioner Duval brought up the solid waste transfer station. Let's weigh in on that and see if we can't come up with something that can give direction to staff as to, where we're at. We've had some obvious discussions in prior meetings about solid waste. So Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find this a very interesting proposal. I do have a question for legal. It was my understanding that before we started any construction effort, that we had to either have the full amount of the project ready to go or the full amount committed through some other methodology. Is that correct? Is my recollection of state statute accurate?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe that's a legal requirement. I think what you can't do under our charter is to accumulate debt in order to pay for that in the future.
Right.
If you budget for something and you're able to pay it as you go, that would comply with the requirements of our charter.
Okay. Maybe someone from Development Services can help me out, or a city manager, or Jason, you might know. I thought we really had to have all the funds of a capital project accounted for before we could begin the project.
I think that's a financial question, and I believe that you're correct, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, normally, we need the budget fully for the construction before we can spend it.
And now would a methodology, now I don't know if the numbers are the correct numbers, but would this kind of methodology qualify for that type of an approach?
We might need to do a little bit more research because in the grants world, that we do get reimbursement after the
Right.
fact. We'll have to do a little bit more research on that.
Okay, because I think it's fascinating. And I can remember, city manager, we had a conversation not that long ago about Port St. Lucie. And you had mentioned that they were in like year 8 of reducing their millage rate.
Yes.
Because they kind of went, whoa, big millage rate to fund some things, and then had a methodology of backing off it.
Yes.
Something like this, I don't have the intestinal fortitude to suggest something like that with our millage rate.
Right.
But with solid waste, maybe a variation on Commissioner Duval's theme is maybe we have sort of a hefty increase to the fee, and with it reducing every year. I think the model is intriguing. And if we do our research, and if having this kind of methodology qualifies for sort of having all your ducks in a row before we start construction, then I think it's a very interesting concept.
Oh, go ahead.
And just for clarification, definitely we won't be able to do it on this next, coming up fiscal year for the tax roll bill because it's too late. So we'll
It's
have
too
to
late.
wait another year.
And I was going to say, I agree that we need to think creative.
Outside the box.
Everything should be explored. So
Yeah.
we have no problem going through and seeing if we can bring you back some realistic data from the conversation.
A couple things on this item. First of all, each year, assuming a $15 million, a today cost of $15 million for the solid waste transfer station. Reasonable
Right.
today, if we had the money right now to write a check with. Every year, 10% is a fair number. Some would say 8, I would say 10. So every year that's delayed adds 10%, which is $1.5 million to the cost of this project. Assessing people over a 3-year period, or let's pick a 3-year period, is going to generate $4.5 million. Over a 3-year period, we're going to add $4.5 million to the cost of this project, which is going to take it up to $20 million. To me, that's the wrong way to approach this. There's a tool out there. It's called certificates of participation. It's as simple of always use other people's money, preferably not our taxpayers' money. So I say, get the damn cops done. Get it done ASAP, because what it's going to do is spread out the cost. It's going to be an infinitesimal increase to the citizens on their utilities. We can pay it down, we can pay it off. The ROI on this is going to be astronomical. So to me, it's just a no-brainer. I mean, to ask, to assess on top of all the other expenses our citizens are experiencing, to upcharge them over a short period of years. I mean, to me, and then delay the project, because that's exactly what we're doing. We don't have the money to do it, and the law and the rules say if you don't have it, you can't build it. Okay, you can go check on that, but that's the fact. And what's going to happen is you're going to make this a $20 million or $25 million project before we're all done. If we move quickly before the next year's up, we could be in production for this. We could be building this sucker, and we could get it done, and we could get it in operation. We could start making money on it once we even out Northport's participation in utilization of this facility, we can start selling those services outside. And in certainly less than 10 years, maybe even less than 7, this whole project's paid off. And it sets an example for the whole city to see how you can utilize the funding methodology. The only thing with this is we got to go to validation. So what? If there was ever a project that we should have to go to the court and get validated, and anyone who wants to challenge it can feel free, but it is the most sensible project we've got that lends itself to this. That's where I would go. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here.
I mean, if I can just respond to one little bit, City Manager. I'm assuming that with this methodology, construction would begin. So it wouldn't be a delaying the project point of view. How long would it take to build a transfer station? A year, 2?
Usually it takes about 18 to build something of that sophistication.
Okay, so
Maybe less.
again, if we popped it up higher and worked it back, I just think it's an interesting
Got to have the money
approach.
first.
Well, or a source identified,
Right.
right? That's what we have to research with something like that qualified. And I agree with you. I think this project is perfect for cops, but I appreciate the thought process.
Yep.
And if not for this project, then maybe for another project, we could consider that type of a methodology. I think it's just worth exploring.
And from our standpoint, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, we're not changing the pathway of the cops. I mean, you've already given us that direction
Right.
for that. That bus is driving itself.
Right.
The idea that Commissioner Duval just mentioned is something that we could sort of put together and put some numbers to it and some dates maybe that would show maybe the pros and cons or the viability or lack thereof of the project. But it's just what we're taking is just another exercise to try to in the cat, so to speak.
Anybody else on that one? All right. Moving past solid waste transfer station. I don't know who wants to take the next stab. Go ahead, Commissioner Langen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some questions. Where are we in, it's sort of moved off my radar, where are we in implementing mobility fees? A couple years ago, we had a big conversation about that it would generate more revenue than the transportation fees we currently have in place. Where is that at?
Staff can correct me, but I'm pretty sure the state legislature threw us a curveball with you can't do more restrictive action. After Hurricane Ian, they kind of tied their hands on some land development code stuff. And I think if I remember right, mobility fee was one of the victims of that action up in Tallahassee.
But that proposal predated Ian. I mean, we've been
Oh, it
talking
doesn't-
about that.
Didn't matter. It was when it was going to be instituted. They kind of retroacted it back, if I remember right. That's one of the issues that we've run into with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
The staff can correct me. We can do it in 2027. That limitation goes away, or the window of opportunity opens up. for student
Okay,
mobility.
okay. Thank you for that. The Independent Special District, this is the first thing I've heard in a very long time that gave me hope for developing the infrastructure out east. Feasibility, time frame, what are the hurdles, next steps? I know it's early in that thought process, but should I remain excited?
I would say yes, remain excited, and I would say yes, Mr. Yarborough would say also that all those questions are trying to be vetted out right now.
Okay.
And, you know, the benefit of it is it's already been done. It's not something unique,
New.
but it is something that we would sort of have to, in my opinion right now, sort of shepherd, you know, through the process. So
Right.
I think that if we can get the support of it, I think that it would be a great way to go that would allow us to do a lot in an
Right.
area that needs a lot.
Mhm.
And the faster we can get it done, the better. But we look forward to answering all of those questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a very rough when we might get an update.
I believe I threw out September, and I believe I was gently denied.
Chastised.
Right. I think I was told that's a little too aggressive. So I believe that hopefully in the fall.
Yeah.
We don't want to bring any incomplete information. It is a very viable pathway. We just want to get our ducks in a row before we kind of unleash it to the world. Yeah, we understand the time sensitivity.
Yeah.
The time sensitivity of it all as well.
Right. Yeah. I'm just so excited about that. Really, honestly, it's the first thing in a long time that has given me hope for jacking up the revenue of this city. It's not all taxes. It's getting that area commercially developed, so important. My initial reaction, one of your early slides, city manager, talked about funded and unfunded buckets in the 3 categories of high, medium, and low priority. My initial reaction was, hey, maybe we should move the funded buckets of medium and low priority to fund high priority.
Yeah.
And we went too fast through the list for me to say, okay, this is what we would be sacrificing.
True. Yes, ma'am.
What would we be sacrificing?
It depends, because some of those fundings are tied to specific funding
buckets.
Yeah, and projects. Like you can't fund, like if it's a low funded building fund, you can't take that and then put it into something that's a general fund. It has to match with the bucket that it's funded for. So it's not as black and white or as what you saw.
Yeah. Do we have any gut feel on if at a high level we agreed to do that, which projects would we sacrifice?
I don't think we know which projects.
And how much could we free up?
That may be part of the exercise
Next
that you charge us with, right, over the summer, if that's what you want to know. I would not want to get your hopes up, though, to say that I would, because I think it would be low, but that's just based on my initial reaction to the question.
Well, you've given me a sort of a plug for a consensus, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me just make a note of that. If someone else wants to take it over, I have more, but I need to make some notes.
This is hard to do without having those schedules up there to go page by page with, so I'll just try to deal with it more from a high level and see if this makes sense. You know, thinking about, we have some projects, I mean, we know we want to, on our capital improvement project list, we got Italy Avenue out there. We've got, I think, what, 5 on the new community center, like 5 million funded, 10 million unfunded. I mean, we ought to, if we think about it, is there a way to repurpose assets that the city has to help better align ourselves and offset some of the costs of this stuff? I mean, you take the Mullins Center, and we've touched on it a little. Mullins Center is not that far from the Worden Center. Appreciate that there's a lot of activities and programs that go on there. But if we were to find a home for all those, not looking to cut anything that the Mullins Center offers, but if we could find a home for everything that the Mullins Center offers, all those services, whether it be privatized or public, move them to wherever, can we repurpose that building? Can we repurpose it for police? Could we repurpose it for public works? Could we repurpose it for the building department? And, you know, change the dynamic. If we could move the building department out of this building and move it into the Mullins Center with some modest reconfigurations, it frees up the downstairs here. Could we move senior administration of police into downstairs here? I think we need to start thinking with this repurposing, multidimensional kind of concept, because if we don't, then we're totally focused on where do we find the money to build each of these things, when maybe there's a way to repurpose.
Absolutely. And from our standpoint, that's one of the exercises that you send us towards during the month of August. Our programs that are run out of there are the ones I would hope that you focus on. The ones that are not ours, I don't think that we should be the owner of finding them new homes to run those programs. I believe there's other options that they could consider, and the Morgan Center is one of them, based on what the director would say is available. But whether it's STC or some other place within the city, I don't think that we should put it on our team as the exercise for external programs, just our programs.
I didn't even really know that there was projects or programs that were outside. But, the point I'm making is, the point I wanted to make was, I don't want to see our citizenry, our residents suffer with a loss of programs or services. They just need to find a new home to free up that building. The whole concept being a repurposing. That's one idea I have. The public safety training complex, that's still an unfunded, that 30 million? That's unfunded? The public safety training complex.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's still
That's
unfunded.
unfunded. What do we do now? I mean.
How do we train people?
Yeah.
I thought you meant like, how do we fund it now? Like, well, that's the problem.
What do we do now?
What do we do now? That's a good question. Police isn't moving.
And I can't remember, was that a low priority or a medium priority? Or I don't think it was.
It's a high priority.
That was a high priority item.
Well, and again, high priority, because you look at the first critical need of saving lives, that puts it as a high priority. That doesn't mean that it's a high priority maybe from a timeline standpoint. He might be able to tell you he can wait 3 years for it, which would sort of blend it.
Good afternoon, Scott Titus for the Fire Rescue District, and I'm sure that Chief has some additional stuff. So there's a lot of different
I feel
considerations.
ganged up on.
A lot of different considerations on this project. So if you remember when we put up the fire training tower, that's really changed our ability to do some things. We have a very, very young workforce right now, and immediate access to training props and things like that are absolutely necessary, and going to someplace out of district to do those things is very impractical. It involves a lot more overtime, a lot more personnel costs. So what we tried to do in the moderate term was to develop a plan. Police department had needs, and we had needs, and as I said, I'll have Chief Garrison speak to theirs on how we accomplish that here locally. One of the things that we're running into now, we've just had some recent conversations with Suncoast Technical College, is paramedics. So there are departments all over the state that are converting to ALS that were not ALS before. That's Advanced Life Service, Advanced Life Support, Emergency Medical Services. And so the number of paramedics that are required in the state right now, the classes that we have locally, there's not even enough classes to do that. The county to the north of us and the county to the south of us are now hiring personnel and and making them sign an agreement pre-employment that says within 3 years you'll become a paramedic or you won't have a job. There's not enough paramedic classes running. So one of the things we're trying to develop right now with STC is create some programming down here at their campus, helping them provide with some stuff. And on the other side, we're trying to do the same thing with the fire programs. We're starting our cadet program this year, and we're going to start that up out of the training tower. But there's not the equipment out there to do a full-scale academy. Our goal over the next 5 years is to develop a cadet program in partnership with Suncoast Technical College, into a high school program so that we can recruit locally, get the kids started early, get them into that program, and actually get them fire certified.
So not to interrupt you, Chief, but I'm being sold on why we need all these. So why do we need a $30 million investment in a safety complex when we could partner it with STC or any one of a number of neighboring counties or municipalities to do the same thing? That's the out-of-the-box thought. Trying to find ways to get rid of some of these projects, get them off the board. If they're unfunded, okay, do we really have to do them in the short term when you look at $2.5 billion here, and the prize ultimately for the city is to stimulate economic development, to generate the kind of commercial growth in this city we need to keep us from tripling the millage rate in this city. Anything that doesn't contribute to that is worthy of thought as to how we defer those expenses. If it's unfunded, okay, do we find a way to buy the time not to have to fund a $30 million public safety training complex? And at the same time, if there's things that are already funded, maybe we unfund them if we can do the same thing. You see where I'm headed. The problem with this monster list is it's great, but we got to come back to our strategic planning, which is, what is our goal here? The goal on everything we do with capital improvement projects, funded and unfunded, got to be with the purpose in mind of growing the commercial base of this city. Without that, we're tripling the millage rate. There is no way not to have that happen here if we can't get to 15 to 18% commercial revenue in this city. Everything has to sacrifice at the expense of that. And it's real easy to get lost in all the needs because you're preaching to the choir. I absolutely support all this stuff. But at the end of the day, there just ain't no money in the checkbook. So the only way we'll ever have money in the checkbook for these projects is going to be to grow the city economically. So to me, any project, funded or unfunded, that does not contribute to that goal out there of developing the commercial base of the city is something that I think goes on the back burner or deferred, or we come up with some repurposing partnership, you name it, because otherwise I don't see how we get to where we need to be. We're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in infrastructure to get to where we need to be to grow the commercial base of the city. So I didn't mean to be rude at all, but I hear you. You're telling me what I agree with already.
Well, and some of the things I
That's a
didn't.
very
some-
related question.
Commissioner, sure.
Very
Yeah.
related.
So some of the things I didn't get to finish is, so partnering with Suncoast Technical College for the high school program, the technical colleges just discontinued their high school program. They don't have it anymore. The reason they don't is because they think they lose too many candidates through that program. My belief is, and I've met with them, is that on the front end, their vetting process is they let anybody into the program. Our cadet program is designed to be a feeder program into that. We would do that, and Suncoast Technical, basically, we would use their accreditation certification to have our own program here. Now we have people that are bringing into our system. I will tell you, at the college, a lot of the technical colleges that people are sent to, especially for fire and EMT, they call it minimum standards for a reason, and their goal is they are a money-making program. So they don't have as much stringent standards. They don't have other things, and so now we're getting people on the tail end sometimes to come through those processes, and we have to bring them up to a certain level to make them what I would consider to be acceptable for us. I understand what you're saying, and these are one of the things we're working on, a temporary solution with some temporary classrooms and stuff for the setup. But long term, we don't think that's ideal. And we had partnered with PD. A big piece of that is we have the property. It was classrooms, some of those other things which could be utilized. There are classes that could be done from outside of the area, tech rescue and things like that would bring in and help offset those ongoing costs for continuing things. I'm going to turn it over to Chief because I know he probably has a lot to speak to on this as well. But it's a big discussion. There's a lot.
Before Chief goes, Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, just if we're able to solve the EOC issue, for which we do have funding, not enough, but we have a chunk of money allocated to that, can that resource pay double duty? Could we use it as classroom space for training for our folks? And don't be thinking of all the why nots. Let's think about how it might work. How could we make it work? Since I'm assuming that space would be underutilized unless we have a disaster. And if we have a disaster, I doubt standard trainings are going to go on. Could we possibly make that work, at least over the next few years, until we generate more income as a city?
The short answer is no, and I'll tell you why. The classrooms are very important in a training complex arena to where you start out in the classroom and then you go out into the field to do the practical exercises. So if you're going to do that at an EOC, you meet here, have classroom, and then have to travel somewhere to carry out the rest of the training. It's not the best practice of time, effort, money to do that. If you're just thinking about just a classroom instruction, then yeah, you can do that in any classroom type environment. But in the type of training that we're doing, we're not talking about your typical school, sit down, open up a book, look at a monitor type of training. That's part of it, but a lot of what we are getting into is practical, real life type training.
And
that's
that
the
would
reason-
happen in the field,
And
correct?
that's why you need it at the training complex. So you transition from one and you immediately go out into the.
An immediate co-located open space, is that what would
Well,
happen?
that training environment would have, different types of obstacles or props or whatever there. So just like the driving track, you need a classroom there. You leave the classroom, you go out to the driving track, you do your emergency vehicle operation.
Right.
Would that complex lend itself to a P3 arrangement that could be funded by a district funding? So it wouldn't come out of the general fund, since it would be is there a way? Is there a way to structure something that way?
If I can go back to the original question as far as partnering, we did approach STC originally. I don't know if you remember, when they were developing the campus down here, there was a period of time where they were going to expand that campus, do certain things. We talked about putting the fire academy out there, all different kinds of things. When we had elected to keep the property there where it was, we invited them to partner with us on doing a regional training complex that not only would be just for us, but it would be for all the areas. At the time, they didn't have the money to do that. That same fiscal year, within a relatively short period of time, they were in front of the county and in front of the school board talking about a partnership for our training complex in Sarasota County, which I think is a $42 million project, or I may be wrong on that number, that they're calling that regional training complex. So STC has said they may partner with us on some things. They do have plans, and they're working with us on moving STC down here for a paramedic program. They already have an EMT program at their location. As far as a fire academy or doing things like that down here, they don't really want to do that. They don't have an intention of doing that as far as capital investment. Now, partnership, as far as getting some of those other things done, yes, they'd be happy to, but they've expressed.
Are there any independent training companies or organizations that we might partner with to implement that kind of training?
I think one of the things that we had looked into potentially was approaching at some point in time, and we had some discussions with the city manager to see at some point in time when we could prioritize or ask for, each year you can go to the legislature and ask for money for certain projects. But we wanted that to be a citywide approach to determine what those are each year as they go on. This is a project that probably would be eligible for those types of funds, but it's a part of almost like the discussion that we're doing.
How much space do you need inside and out?
Well, that's part of the plan overall, but let me just paint a picture for you. We are having to take our people and ship them all the way up to Hillsborough County to use their facility, all the way down to Lee County to use their facility, up to Bradenton to use their facility, to Knights Trail, everywhere far, far away from the city limits. You start taking 30, 40 cops and moving them away from the city limits to an hour and a half for training, it's not feasible. It's not economical. We're having to pay overtime for them to travel back and forth to accommodate that. And the other major issue on all of this is availability, right? You're starting to compete with all these other agencies trying to get calendar time to do the training, and it's always booked. I mean, sometimes we have challenging times sharing the training classroom in Wayland Park because that's a shared classroom, and the availability there is very difficult. Trying to get on the gun range at Knights Trail is almost impossible for the law enforcement agencies to do that. For instance, Cape Coral just built their training complex with an indoor gun range because they couldn't get on the gun range anymore in Lee County. The availability is just drying up.
I'm sorry. The shipping the officers to Hillsborough County, have you had to do that your entire time since you've been here? Oh, wow.
So how
We have to go
How
wherever
much
the training is
space do
available.
you need?
Is this, well, as much space as we've got over there where the tower is, that entire property would probably be sufficient, right? To build this complex. That's where you'd build it, right?
Right now, there's a design team working on how that would be laid out, how that would be done, where classrooms would go, where they're driving. piece would go and all of those
So-
things. So when you ask about how much space is needed, that's one of the things they're working on right now because we want to make sure that we do an assessment on.
So how's Venice doing? What's Venice do? They shipping their people all over the place too? Englewood, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, they're in the same boat, right?
Inglewood has a full-fledged fire academy that they run at their department. So-
Is there an opportunity potentially to gather the organizations that are in the exact same pot we're in and come together as a partnership and build something on our property? We got the property, we got the spot, we got the plan. Why not go to the other groups that are experiencing the same pain we're feeling and saying, hey, let's partner up. Let's find our buddies at the P3 group that wanted to build everything else for the city and let them build it.
Charge them
And
back
we
for
all
it.
pay into it.
Right.
Might be an interesting, I mean, maybe worth exploring. I don't
And
know.
that's part of what the chief's idea was, that they would have people come and pay for training on our facility, just like we have to pay the sheriff to use the gun range.
And that would help pay for the cost of operation and maintenance and all that. But
Some
what
of it
about
would
for the
offset
cost
it.
of building it? See, what about a South County regional safety training complex that we organize? I mean, the county went and did their thing with very little thought about South County, not to give them a shot, but, they got a big county they're worried about. But could we collaborate? Maybe there'll be some interest there.
So Mayor, it is a great point. And I don't want you to think that we went into this haphazardly or didn't investigate.
Oh, I
this.
wouldn't.
We actually really were trying to be on the forefront of developing what we call a South County or regional training complex between police and fire. As I said, when we approached STC, they didn't have money. Very shortly thereafter, they were with Sarasota County and they designed and I think they've already broken ground on this $42 million training complex. At the time, they wanted money from us. The only money that we had was the money for our fire training tower right here. And as you know, previously, we were traveling always outside of our area, and we weren't getting enough facility hours to maintain our ISO rating, and our new people weren't getting enough hours and enough time working that type of a structure to be proficient at what they were doing. But the county and STC, they wanted capital contributions from each of the departments if they wanted to be a part of that, or in the future, they would charge them for that. And so we didn't have at the time, we're not willing to give up our money for the tower because it was very short-sighted thinking. And long-term, our hope was to be able to develop some of that and be able to do those things here locally. And they have the same thing. They're going to be charging up there. But we recently had Michigan come down and USAR, and we charged them. They came down and put on a class. And so we have the ability of doing some very, very technical.
The other thing you need to remember, sir, is that our departments are becoming large, right? And the more people, it stretches that calendar out to try to funnel all these people through training. So it's a lot easier for you to sit there and say something about Punta Gorda or whatever, but they're a lot smaller. You can't compare apples to oranges. I highly doubt there's going to be an appetite with the sheriff to develop a South County regional training center with the city of Northport. Sarasota Police Department, I highly doubt that. They're not going to travel South County to do their training when they can make things work up there. And I highly doubt you're going to get Sheriff Permel in Charlotte to want to come into Sarasota County to develop any type of training complex. That's all you got there.
Yeah, it's too bad then.
We're on an island all by ourselves. And the problem is we're growing to that point where, it's hard for us to get training opportunities because our departments are getting to be too large. And the requirements for our training keeps increasing.
Could, if we were to do this and we had a third party build it, or we did a COPS for it and then utilized a combination of impact fees from police and fire rescue to pay it? I mean, is that a viable option so we decide, okay, we're going to do it. Let's we'll do it. Why not do a COPS? And the funding mechanism would be the impact fees between police and fire rescue to pay it. Is that doable?
So the concern there is all those things are doable, but you're taking funding then from one source to another. For example, some of our future fire stations are not fully funded. We're hoping through future impact fees as they come in to be able to fund those stations. So, as I said, we put this out there as something that we want to do, and even if it's piecemeal, even if it's over time, if it's a little bit at a time, or if we can get appropriations, if that's a project that the city decides to support for appropriations, we would do that. I think we realize what it looks like for surtax monies that are distributed right now through 2035 and beyond, and all of those
Because
things.
the reason I say that is bearing in mind just what you said, that we have out east and even in Welland Park area, we have areas where we have projected new fire stations. But if we do what we did with the safety building in Welland Park and have the developers or the special district, if it comes to that, build it, and as the builders and developers develop those areas, they're going to be generating new impact fees to service those facilities. There's a great funding bucket in developer partnerships, because as they develop any undeveloped areas, whether it's Welland Park, whether it's out east at Yorkshire, whether it's out in the innovation corridor out beyond where Toledo Village or Star Farms would be, those special districts, those people will create, those organizations will create additional impact fees as they develop and build and all. That'll help pay for some of this, which may allow us to massage some of that money over to this public safety complex. That's what I'm thinking. I don't want to think of the utilization of our existing impact fees to pay for this, because I know you're planning to use those impact fees to do other. So you're almost playing three-dimensional chess here to see how you can massage them around. But it's again, we're spitballing, we're thinking to force ourselves to think outside the box. That's all.
Right.
And smarter minds than me are going to figure this out. 'Cause I ain't that smart.
And just to clarify, using the example you said earlier about, directing our immediate resources towards those activities or projects that would sort of activate the commercial and what we need. This one, even though it's in a high priority category, is based on what it provides as a critical nature. It's not something that's on fire right now. Us and our ability to get it done is going to happen over the course of a few years. And like the chief said, they've been doing this since he's been here. So we want to solve for this, but I don't want you to think that just because it's in the high priority, we're trying to.
Knowing how slow we move in government, like even though it's not on fire, it could be by the time we ever get to it. So that's why I say it's worth conversation. But you see what I'm doing? All I'm trying to do is say, we get real way creative. I'm not saying it's the right way. I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm just saying this is the kind of thought processes we need to start thinking about, because
And I promise we are doing that. We're always actively looking. And one of the reasons this was priority 1 instead of priority 2 was because the year at which it was already planned, to bump it out further than that, that's what we were in a little bit of fear of. If it was a project for next year, I think we could say, no, we can bump it out 3 or 4 years. The fear was, because again, we're working on some, moderate term solutions that don't require $30 million. But long-term solution, moderate to long-term, we do need some viable options.
Cool.
But thank you.
Appreciate it. We can move on maybe from this one.
Yes.
Because I got thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Yeah, appreciate it.
I noticed we got like a Welland Park government building in there. Again, I think it was low priority. Was that one funded? I made a note on it, but I missed putting whether it's funded or unfunded.
The Welland Park building, it was funded. I want to say we moved some of the funding out.
Yeah, I showed like 6.5 million, and I couldn't
Yes.
tell whether that.
Yes, it is funded.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have some kind of contractual obligation to do
We
that?
We have to build a building within a certain, I can't remember the time frame, but we're also having conversations for the Second Amendment to the post-annexation agreement in Welland Park. And one of the issues we're having conversations with is maybe we allow the developer to build the building and then do a lease back to us. They need space. We have to have space eventually, contractually. So we're negotiating that as part of the Second Amendment to post-annexation agreement.
And when you say
But it's not
eventually,
written in stone.
when you
We're
say
negotiating.
eventually 5, 10 years, over 5, 10, because it was a low priority, 5, 10 year out, thereabouts. And here's why I bring it up without you even having an answer. We're going to be annexing 3,000 acres,
10,000 homes
10,000 more homes.
will be built.
From Englewood. So we're going to have a lot more players in the game. I mean, granted, it's Mattamy property, they own it, but they're going to do what they always do, which is sell off, parcel off land, have all kinds of builders and developers in there. When it comes to Welland Park, we might give thought not only for this government building, but for safety buildings, whether they be police, fire, or a combination thereof. We're going to have a set of new players. So we ought to bear that in mind when we think about tying up any of our money, I say money in this CIP listing now, where we might have development partners there that we could do just what we did in Welland Park with.
Well, how it works, or how it's worked in the past, is they'll build it, but then your money's tied up to paying them back as you collect it.
As you
So
collect it.
They won't let you go run off, build a fire station on Toledo Blade. No, they want their impact fee money.
But you see what I'm trying to do?
No, I
All
know.
I'm trying to do is free up as much as we can to go after our commercial development areas. I still say that the biggest part of filling the gap for some of these unfunded CIP projects is going to be developer partnerships. And yeah, I know we're going to tie up impact fees forever on this stuff, but who better to pay for it than the builders and developers, which is what everybody, including all our citizens, would love to see. Make the developers pay for everything. That's what they do. That's the beauty of what happened in Welland Park. And we can clone it with the Englewood, with the Winchester. We can do it with Star Farms. We can do it with the special district we do out by Yorkshire. That, to me, is the way to shrink this unfunded CIP monster that we're looking at. It's not going to solve all of it, but
That is a model.
that's the model.
But getting the developers to buy into that model like Welland Park did isn't always the easiest.
Yeah, and that's why we got to keep Northport an exciting place to move to, get more and more people to come here, provide the high level of parks, recreation, quality of service, safety, and all the other things that make people want to live here. Because when the numbers go up and more people come here, those developers are going to love it, because especially commercially and industrial, because there's the job base and there's the density. And that's what people need to understand. They go hand in hand. If we don't continue to stimulate our residential growth, we're not going to attract the commercial and industrial development. We also need to go hand in hand. So I appreciate that. And the model's good. You know, we just keep working it. Anyway, I'll defer. Dimitri, Mr. Petro, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the training complex, since it's a high priority unfunded project, 30 million is a lot of money, but can we get a consensus to direct the staff to explore and draft an official proposal to share the cost of the building, the training center with the neighboring communities? And I mean, we don't know for sure if they want to do it, or I mean, we can say yes or no, but can we do that?
Well, I don't know if you weren't listening, but I thought we got that answer pretty certainly from chiefs that there's no pathway there. That's the only reason I backed off it. There don't appear to be any pathway.
I like your proposals, thinking outside of the box, and this is one of the things that in the future we have to partner with either developers or neighboring community municipalities. That might be I mean, it's nice to own as a city to have our own training complex, and being the owner, the sole owner, but it's either you have it and or share or delay it till infinity. I mean,
They
how are we gonna fund the 30 million?
He just told us that nobody has really an appetite for doing that. That's
Well,
what
we
I heard
never-
the chief say.
Well, that's why I'm asking for the official consensus, or consensus to have an official draft of a proposal to approach those municipalities. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask if we do it officially.
I don't
And
know.
what if we have 3 partners? It would be 10 million each. That's gonna be a lot of, 3 times cheaper.
Well, yeah, but they aren't gonna pay regular. Chiefs, come on down here again and address this one more
Well,
time.
The question is, can we ask? We can ask.
We can
I mean,
always
that's,
But my sense is it was asked already and no one bit. That's what I heard.
Yeah, unless I heard it wrong, I kind of thought that they already
Did that.
explored that path.
Yeah.
That was why I shifted gears.
And the one thing that I heard too was with all of the different officers and stuff between the 3 different communities, you may even need to build a complex 3 times the size to get
Ooh.
everybody in there to
Right.
be able to use it. So I don't think it's a win
So
at all.
What if we do classes? I mean, if you have 300 people, you can't, it's like a college. You can't, if you have a town of 5,000 people, then not all of them go at the same class, right? They're Monday through Friday classes, so 8 to 5. You schedule 8 to 10, one class, 10 to 12, another class. I mean,
Not all about classes, but chiefs, you want to weigh in?
just looking for a practical option that she can do.
We can go back and ask, but I'll ask you, Commissioner, are you willing to spend Northport tax dollars to invest in property in Manatee County for a training center?
Nope.
Not me.
No, what I'm saying is to ask to share and partner in building it and use it equally for.
He's asking that question because the reason he's asking it is because
it'd be,
why would they?
Right.
it would be outside their city or municipality boundaries.
But it's a county and it's the common purpose. I just felt that like if we do an official ask, or proposal, I should say, that might be a.
I'll be more than
Different.
happy to ask the sheriff if he's willing to partner in some type of an arrangement that way. I can tell you on the fire side, the answer is going to be no because they're building a training center.
Ask the sheriff if he wants his jail.
Well, the one
He
thing
isn't
that
getting that either.
Mayor, the one thing that I think about too is I would much rather be self-sufficient within our own people. And then if there is extra time or whatever, then charge the individuals that may want to use it rather than partnering with them.
Commissioner,
I'd rather be.
that was the early discussions. I'm glad you remember that, you know, we are becoming a size where we have to become self-sufficient.
We
We're
do.
no longer the little kid on the block. Like the city manager said, you know, if you want to be respected, you got to act like it. And, you know, we're to that point. Our agencies are becoming large. The demand is there. We know we're not getting it today. We're not getting it tomorrow. I've already been preaching for the past 7 years that we need a police station. That didn't happen, right? So before you know it, we're going to have a decade there that we're completely out of space there. I'm telling you right now, we're out of space for a training area. Fire and police, the need's there. It's our job to come and say that what we need, this is what we need. You want professional law enforcement, public safety, fire service? Training is the most important part of that professionalism.
And if I can address to your remark, totally agree. I agree with you. It's nice to be self-sufficient. The only problem is if we're going to delay it and delay it and delay it because of the funding. There's no funding, we can't build it. But if we get some appetite from if we officially approach them, there might be an appetite and there might be a deal made. I mean, why not to try it? Otherwise, it's going to be delayed. Because in reality, how are we going to find it? That's my simple question.
Well, and another thing that I think about too, especially if we went with a joint adventure,
who's going to take priority on the classes? I mean, are they going to be constantly back and forth on who gets, training time this month, the next month, whatever? They got to coordinate everybody's schedules to be able to work through that as a complete group. I mean, if it was just the city of Northport, they've got their hands on the jar. They could say, hey, we're open here, we're doing this, we're doing this. But when you're competing with 2 other agencies or 6, depending on fire and PD, that's an impossible dream, man.
That's
part of
why
this-
if you use the existing impact fees of police and fire, well, police, the Napa Fire Rescue, if you utilize funding for projects now that are funded and shift them if it's allowable, and then look to refund those projects you've pulled money away from to developer funding, which will create, as they develop, new impact fees to pay for those projects, you now free up the money to do this safety complex. To me, that's the best way I know how to do it, because we can't print the money. We can't tax the citizens to pay for this. Realistically, we're not going to get the buy-in from the others, but we could always ask. So how do you do it? You got to take it from somewhere. I say we take it from those projects that are funded, that we could find other alternative funding methods for in partnership with someone and redeploy it, because we truly don't have a way to fund this 30 million. If it's that important, and I say it is, may not in the short term, maybe over a midterm period, let's get the money for it and then figure out, is it easier to replace the money we're taking from somewhere else in another way? That's got to be part of our thinking. It's really a repurposing of our funding, kind of. Go ahead, city manager.
Mayor, the thing about it is I believe at the beginning of this whole exercise that's where the city manager warned us that we would be studying over our
Exactly.
vacation time to come back and discuss these exact items. Today was not the day to solve the problems.
Right.
Today was the day to give him direction to say, yes, we're willing to do this. We may take from low to pay high, may take from medium, but like you said, got to make sure it's coming out of the proper buckets, coming out of the proper monies through finance. And once we have all of that, then we can rock and roll and maybe cut this, add to this, do this. But today's not going to happen because he zipped through that chart. Like,
I want that chart. And
but I'm serious.
Cigarette break.
Absolutely, I do. But I'm just saying that was the whole demeanor on today is what I was thinking, not solving, but.
Yeah, and that chart is attached back to the agenda item. So it was part of what we sent out for people to view and see. So they should have been able to follow along.
Oh,
with-
it's up on
Yes,
attached.
yes.
I didn't see it.
It is part of
Yeah, it's part of the attachment.
That was our take-home homework.
Right. So what?
I didn't take it home.
Obviously.
I was looking at the information in my binder. Just, if I may.
So really quickly, just so what the mayor is describing is an approach philosophy. So if you as a board are agreeing with like what he's saying, let's take away from everything that's not economic development driven in order to put those eggs in that basket, then we are acknowledging that we are taking that approach, and the other items that are not included in that particular tranche will have to be sort of put onto what I would just say, for instance, the back burner. And if that's part of the direction that you all agree on, we could sort of bring sort of what that would look like back as we all sort of mull over this over the course of August, so to speak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but it's an
combined
approach.
with what Vice Mayor just said and I said about, the redeploying of resources to fill the gap for certain projects we just really don't have the money for yet that are priorities that may not be just directly tied to that economic development. But it is really a level of it's a three-dimensional chess game. It's really hard to think this stuff through because you're dealing on a whole bunch of different levels, with a whole bunch of different departments, and all these funding restrictions on where you can move money. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Welcome to our
because that's what
world,
you do.
sir. Yes.
Welcome to your world, I
Yes.
know. That's why it takes someone smarter than me, because I don't know. But, yeah, okay.
I have a couple of consensuses that I'd like to float, but Commissioner
I would just want to finish, if I may.
Petro
Sure.
wanted to float a consensus. So
Okay,
if you
Commissioner
still want
Petro,
to.
you're up there.
Yes, so basically, can we get a consensus to direct the staff to explore and draft an official proposal for, to share the cost of the building of the training complex center with the neighboring municipalities? And it has to be appealing, so advantageous for all of the neighboring municipalities.
May I make a suggestion? Because the chief has said that he's willing to reach out to, his counterpart and get feedback. I'm sure Chief Titus can do the same, and we can meet with Charlotte County's executive leadership team as well. How about we talk to them in a way to bring you feedback by the time you get back in September, as opposed to drafting an agreement that may take a little bit of a while to go through a legal process and go through a more informal process to bring you back what you're looking for. And then that, if it goes your way and they all say, oh, this is a great idea, then we can sort of go through the legal process. I don't want to get hung up in the details before we even get sort of the feedback first. Would that work for you?
I might be okay, yeah, it's just, we
Yeah.
want to.
Because you put together anything
But also-
formally,
Yeah,
not
let
only will
us-
it bog us down, but it'll bog them down when you
Right.
send it to them.
Let us ask. Let us go explore
Put
it.
the feelers out.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
Yeah, and ask nicely. No, I mean, it depends how you ask. You
Yeah,
can
oh,
ask
yeah.
the way that they don't want to
Yes.
do it. That's one thing. That's why I want it to be more official way of asking. But if you can have a feel and talk to them, that would be okay, I guess, too.
And this way, I think they'll give us feedback as to the pros and cons of the approach.
And I think it's worth noting, since you made that particular comment, Commissioner, that when we urge any member of staff to look into anything, that one should make the presumption that they would do everything under the sun to do it in a way that would be for the best interest of the city. And forcing or directing a more formal process to theoretically hold them more accountable, I think is a bit rude. And I don't know any other way to say it. If we simply express our interest in inquiring as to whether or not our neighboring partners would be interested, you say, well, there's a way to say it. I would think they would say it in a way that would be very sincere and very inclusive and very caring about doing what's best for our city. And it smacks of past commissions when I hear that. And I think that's not fair to our staff who work so hard to do the best for our city. And it leaves me, I mean, if I, sitting here on this commission, felt put off by that, I think other people are put off by that. And I think our staff deserves the benefit of the doubt always. They do the best. They're not interested in pissing away the citizens' money. And I resent that continues to be a reoccurring theme at times. And I think it's not fair. We're working real hard to figure out the most creative ways to accomplish these projects. So pick your words carefully, please, sir.
Yes, no ill intent, and point well taken. I mean, I didn't mean any. I just thought maybe officially drafting would be more appropriate, but point well taken, yes. I apologize if I did intend anything else, but that was my pure intent, is to make it better for the city.
Enough said. Where are we next? You had some
Well,
commission. Do you want to take a 10-minute break? Do we need to
and
stretch
come
our
back?
legs?
Sure.
Yeah, it's, I mean,
Whatever
it's,
the will of the
it's
commission.
2:45. I mean, you want to come back at 3 and do a little stretch? It's been a couple hours since lunch.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely you need a smoke break.
Yeah.
at it.
Oops. We are back at it, 3:01. Commissioner Langdon, I do believe you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to float a couple of consensuses. I really want to find out how my fellow commissioners feel about a couple of topics. For me, I was intrigued by the mention of the Mullen Center and perhaps repurposing the Mullen Center. It is clear we have such incredible need for space and room. Police need room, we need training room, other groups are busting at the seam. And the thought of perhaps repurposing the Mullen Center might provide a temporary solution for some of that. So I'd like to float a consensus to direct city manager to work with staff to identify the best purpose for the Mullen Center, what groups might utilize the Mullen Center, and a very tentative budget of what it would cost to retrofit the Mullen Center to a new purpose.
Last one, you said cost?
Yeah, to retrofit to that purpose. So it's like identifying how we might use it, what groups, because who goes in there would impact how we'd have to modify the innards of it. So
You might have to take it in stages, Commissioner. You know what I mean? Like to figure out what it would cost before having a better idea of what the use are, maybe to bring back the uses. And then, that's going to be an ongoing conversation anyway. It isn't going to be like a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you can do a
I
stab
agree.
at it.
But,
So
Yeah, Commissioner Duval, you good with that consensus?
Yes, I'd go along with the consensus, but first of all, I'd like to ask, right now, the Mullen Center, I believe, is underneath the purview of Parks and Rec. I'd like to ask them, what are their uses and what would they not want to lose? But
Well, the
if
presumption.
it's being underused,
Presumption would be that everything they're doing there, the building would be taken away from them entirely. But all the programming, everything that is presently being provided at that facility, there would be a new home for, exclusive of, as city manager said, those private businesses that may rent or utilize space there. But certainly there could be a help and a collaboration in trying to find and direct them to places where
But
they
summer
might go.
camp
But
in
yeah,
particular,
it
we
would-
need to,
it
we would need to
It wouldn't be
find
them
out
repurposing it for Parks and Recs. It would be the city repurposing that
For a
facility for
different
something
use.
unrelated to
Right.
Parks and Recs.
So as we have this conversation with Director Funheller, there was a memo, I believe, that went out probably early February, because the report to me is dated January 30th, that we're going to put up here to just walk you through the GMAT and how it's utilized right now as a summary. And that will sort of just be the foundation of your conversation. So it'll be a reminder to us all what the director has already shared as far as the percentages and her thoughts and recommendations.
So just to start off with, the thought that the Mullen Center is currently underutilized is not a correct statement. There are certainly some windows of time that are available, but right now, for at least three months of the summer, it is not available for anything but summer camp. We have 150 children there now that we are providing childcare for throughout the summer. We also do that for winter camp, and we're expanding that for spring break camp, which was part of the reason of the fitness center transition into a multi-purpose room. We have waiting lists, very long waiting lists for camp, and you know that we've heard that childcare is one of the major issues in Northport, is being able to find childcare. So that would be a concern. I can tell you, happy to run the exercise, but I'm confident that there is not space
in the Morgan Center to handle all of the children from that camp. We already have a camp at Morgan Center currently for the teens, which continues to grow. So that is there currently.
What about the Scout House?
The Scout House is a building that is first exclusively open to Scout troops. That's an agreement that goes way back from when it was built. And so its primary use is for those Scout troops, and they pretty much use it every single day and on the weekends. Once they have been accommodated, then we open it up to programming uses. Sometimes we do have exercise classes there, art classes, and then we rent it out. And there's quite a few groups that use it on a regular basis. We have churches that use it every week.
Have we had any conversations with the Boys and Girls Club? They are rebuilding. Have we talked with them perhaps of accommodating some of our summer camps?
In what capacity? Just us not offering camp and them offering it, or us using their space?
All of the above.
We have not had those conversations. The Boys and Girls Club does their programming on it's under a kind of a different philosophy. It's on a sliding scale. There would be no way that we could, under the same program format, pay for camp. We currently have, I believe it was 120% cost recovery on summer camp.
And what about the new YMCA on Toledo Blade? Do we have a groundbreaking scheduled for that yet?
No, ma'am. They're looking for the fall, which I think is November is the date that I received last. Right, and we're still, of course, not certain that they will be able to have that.
Here's the reality of where we are. No one is going to get everything they want. We are really under a crunch to figure out how we accommodate the needs of the city. And I don't think any of us are going to get exactly what we want as we figure this out. So we need to be open to anything, and we're going to have to figure it out.
I think we're absolutely open to looking into different scenarios. I would just not be in favor of displacing hundreds of kids and their families that count on that for childcare. And they have for many, many years.
Right. And we have child care centers, though, being built in the city.
Understand, understand, but it's not serving the same age group. We are serving a kindergarten through 8th grade age group in our camps, and that is not something that you find in the child care centers here in Northport. But
Do we have any?
I do think that there is a
The
real
only one
need
I
for
knew
it.
of got blown away in Ian, so.
I think there's a real need for it. And while camp is one of the biggest users of that space, we have youth basketball, we have cheerleading programs that are using there. We have all the rest of our recreational programming, open gym. It's not that it's underutilized, and I don't believe they would have built the Morgan Center had that been sufficient. It was that there wasn't.
Well, we
the
better
space
get
that was
busy
needed.
on the community center out east,
I
right?
agree.
I will be your
I
biggest
agree.
cheerleader if we lose the Morgan Center to a Parks and Rec programming. I will be all over Italy Ave supporting building, and we can take into account, sort of update our needs for, anyway. So I'm just trying to get a feel from fellow commissioners if they're even interested in having us look at
And
that.
that's where my mindset was, with 42 acres to work with out at Italy, and the thought of all that we could do. Granted, it's more than a hop, skip, and a jump from the Mullen Center, but the thought being that if we redeploy out east more, another case of could we free the building? I didn't mean to intimate, nor I don't even know if I said it, like underutilize it. I didn't see more Mullen as being underutilized at all. I just thought, could we take everything we're programming there, everything we're doing, find homes for it elsewhere, and take that parcel? It's right on the City Hall campus. It is a great spot. for the building department. Since it may not lend itself to hardening for police, as I understand some time ago, they actually explored that opportunity. So, but for the building department, and then that frees up downstairs here, what could we use that for? It's kind of this shell game of redeployment, but it's predicated on what do we do with all those valuable services and programs Mullen offers right now? Had no intention of not doing them. It's just, is there a pathway to find another place to do them, even if, whether it's Italy Ave or whether it's somewhere else or whether it's a combination, and then the timetable of doing it, since it isn't like Italy Ave is going to be ready to go tomorrow. So it would be a staged thing, but it's a plan for the future as to what we could do. And that was the reason why I brought it up, because it's, you know, there's no doubt the value that Mullins Center offers our community. And it should not be conveyed to anybody that the idea is to cut those services or do away with them. It's just to find a way to find a new home for them.
Yeah, and I think that we've all probably used the word underutilized in the wrong sort of way, because there is programming there. But as we showed up on there in that document, it showed you the percentages of how they're used either seasonally or annually, based on what the director put together. But also the Communication Education Center that we actually have rights to over there, where the Senior Center and Awaken is, you know, that Senior Center piece, and whether or not their lease is going to be up and what that area might be used for. We don't ever talk about that sort of as part of our planning of space that we actually have an influence over. So, you know, as leases become up and available, you may want to think about sort of expanding some footprint.
Thank you, because well, thank you all for bringing up an area of our city and a lump of property that we, the city, owns, that right now we are sharing with nonprofits and other organizations. That, to me, is an invaluable piece of property that may help us repurpose, that we could repurpose for other city utilization. As much as I support nonprofits and all the rest, you know.
Something to think about.
Yeah, it's something to think about. And that's the kind of creative thought we gotta have, so we can stretch our dollars. But cool, thank you.
We finish our consensus there, Chief?
We haven't.
Yeah, we haven't, because we're kind of like, do you
Well,
want to restate it, or?
Yeah, let me modify it.
Yes.
And then I'll ask Assistant City Clerk to restate it. But add to, you know, repurpose the Mullen Center or other city-owned properties for alternative use. So what do you have as a consensus, Assistant City Clerk? Or are you deputy? I always get the title.
I'm assistant. You got it right.
Okay.
All right, this is what I have. To direct the city manager to work with staff to identify the best purpose for the George Mullen Activity Center or other city-owned properties, including what groups might utilize the Mullen Center or other properties, and a very tentative budget of what it would cost to retrofit the Mullen Center or other properties for a new purpose.
Good. Excellent.
Commissioner Duval, you in?
I'm in.
I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, the only way I would even consider.
This just requires a yes or no.
Yes. Well, you're gonna get more than a yes or no. But I won't be as long as you, sir.
Thank you for that.
The only way I'd look at that is if we had the community center already built, and then we may be able to vacate the Mullen Center. Until that point, there's no way that I would repurpose the Mullen Center. Like, of
course,
the director said, there's way too many families that rely on that. And so I'd be a no at this point right now. So whether I'm in the minority, I don't care. But
Remember, this is only to like.
it's a no, sir, and I'm done.
Hey, I'm changing your vote. Commissioner Petro. All righty. You guys got a pretty
And
good
then I
idea.
have one other.
You know, as long as you discount what the vice mayor says.
Can I
you got
give it
good
a no
direction.
already?
We're good.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So to bring back before the end of the calendar year,
I know.
To bring back before the end of the year, a path forward, including milestones and timelines for creating a special district in East Northport to fund infrastructure development in support of commercial industrial development.
Mr. Petro, what do you think? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Okay, yep.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, maybe.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Want to hear it again?
Oh, jeez.
There's always one.
10%. That's what he said in the Marine.
Okay, so it was to bring back before the end of the calendar year a path forward, including milestones and timelines for creating a special district in East Northport to fund infrastructure development in support of commercial industrial development.
Oh, okay, yes. I'm glad I asked for it to be because I missed that word infrastructure.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. So we're off that. You good?
I'm good. I'm happy as a clam.
I had one other thought maybe we could talk about. You know, we know a big chunk of the 2.5 bill there is water and sewer expansion. And I gather, like, I believe it's the state, correct, mandated that all municipalities eventually got to get on water and sewer. Did they do that, or is there any legal requirement that we do that? And
I will say there's a proclivity towards that, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's necessarily been mandated. We have done water testing, and we have found man-made substances that go through the human body, sucralose, aka Splenda, that have shown up in our stormwater system that don't occur naturally. Splenda doesn't occur naturally. It's a man-made product, and the only way you get it in the system is if you eat it and it comes out into the drainage fields and eventually goes into your stormwater system. That's the only way it could have got there, and we've got proof that it's there. Yeah, that's to answer your question. I'm not aware that we have a mandate, although there's a movement, and they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're putting hundreds of millions of dollars toward getting people off of septic.
so with that, then my question is, and again, I don't know if I was even born when people started talking about like water and sewer expansion here. I guess I probably was because I'm older than the city. I'm older than the city, but is that something that we should be setting aside money for and funded, or should we be redeploying those dollars elsewhere? I mean, if we're not, there may be areas where we sorely need water and sewer, but when you look at all the new development, certainly all the new development that's occurring, whether Star Farms ends up with a special district, out east with a special district there, Welland Park, the Winchester Farms, all these areas are going to create their own infrastructure. They're all going to have their own water and sewer. They're all going to have the roads and all that. So what we're really talking about is all the rest of Legacy Northport. And my only question is there a more urgent use of those funds that may be funded where we could redeploy them to some of the other areas? I'm just asking. I don't know.
And as she answers this question, I believe that's where we have reached into several other projects.
Yeah, we've done it before.
Over the last year or so. So it's a heavily used area based on exactly what you just said, but I'll let her.
Tricia Wisner, Interim Utilities Director. Yes, we have taken a lot of funds from that project and rediverted them. However, we have received grant funding of, I believe it's 5.3 million is in play, which will have timelines required to utilize those funds. There is some matching funds required. We do know that there are regulations anticipated from DEP to really move us along the timeline and getting people away from septics and onto the sewer system. We also have heard that there's many residents that would be interested in water, so we're looking at this from a multi-phase approach, trying to, one, see what the outlook is for who would like to voluntarily begin looking at a connection to water. We'll utilize the grant funding for the sewer connection, but it is something that the city really needs to be looking at, not only because it's the best offer for the resident, but we need those funds, those capacity fees, and the resident paying monthly so that we can continue to maintain the infrastructure.
And if I could add to that, when I was a utility director a long time ago in a far, far away place, we went out to the voters. We carved the city up into about 2,500 lot neighborhoods. Actually, it was already done for us by general development. And then we asked them, do you want water? We did a survey, see what the interest level was. And then we, based off that interest in that survey, then we went out for ballot votes in each of those neighborhoods, and they voted themselves up or down whether they wanted to assess themselves to have centralized water brought to their neighborhood, including fire hydrants. About half of them did, so about 12,000 lots voted for themselves to be assessed, and water was brought to their neighborhood. And that's something we're also exploring. Sewer, we can do that on sewer. Sewer is usually a little bit more of a heavy lift because of the expense, but a lot of people want water, centralized water.
See, because it's just an area to look at and see, because I always hear from people who say, if they have wells and septic, it's like, don't put me on public water. I don't want public water. Some others say, I want the water, but I don't want the sewer. So that's why I'm just saying, gee, is that enough? Because I noticed as we scanned through these sheets, it looked like there was a bunch of during like the timeline that there's funded amounts in there. And I'm thinking, and I know we've been kind of rating it for other things. So I'm thinking like, do we just bite the bullet and say, yeah, let's just rate it and I don't want to say rate it, let's redeploy it to where it might give us a bigger bang for the buck and help us with some of the other areas of utility infrastructure. Because I assume it still needs to be done in the same, we can't just take it and go spend it somewhere else. There might well be restrictions on where it gets.
I wouldn't rate it so hard that you come up short.
No,
that you're not able to do that
need it for the matching.
The grant
I
funding.
agree. Okay.
The grant funding is very specific.
Yeah.
So based on what we just looked at, Mr. Mayor, it looks about 27 million of that amount is in surtax in theory in the direction that you're going that would be allowable for repurposing. The other one is the utilities revenue fund, which is restricted to that particular category.
Gotcha. All right, good. I'm good on that one. Next item up I got Price Boulevard 2 and 3. Now I know 2, Mr. Speaks convinced me a ways back how important it was to do the widening from Sumter to the bridge. Beyond that, I can't remember. I don't think it was an enormous amount of money, but it was certainly, I believe, in excess of $5 million that was set up for Price 3, which would be from basically the bridge all the way to Biscayne.
Yeah.
So my question is, should we talk about that? I don't know if it was funded or unfunded either. If Price 3 is funded or unfunded. But I think, is Price 2 funded and Price 3?
Price 2 and 3 are not even on the list.
Right.
3's not even
They're
there anymore. I couldn't
unfunded.
find it. I was looking for it.
That's why you couldn't find it?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I thought 3 was Toledo Blade to Yorkshire.
No, that's part of 1, isn't it?
Phase 3, no.
Oh, no, that's, okay, so that
That's
doesn't
3.
even exist. That's 3?
I think
Yeah.
2 in
I
this
mean, I
example.
had some conversation. I really feel that widening is way more important than Sumter out to Biscayne.
That was my thoughts too. I
Yeah.
thought they had flip-flopped,
Yeah.
in my
Okay.
opinion.
Okay, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't remember where 3 was. But
Yeah.
see, even with 2, that's 20, if I remember, $23 million to go from Sumter to basically the high school or prior to the high school. $23 million to widen that area there. We really got to do it? I'm just asking, you know, I believe Chuck convinced me one time, but that doesn't mean I'm still convinced.
I think it fixes the bridge too as well, going over there and widening it.
She does, she does.
Or could we find another way to fund the bridge work and not widen the road?
Zero potential for
Yeah,
commercial
it's got
development
zero
there.
commercial, yeah, and
It's all
it's not
houses.
traffic.
Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. So just to clarify, Phase 3 is from Toledo out east. towards
Okay,
North
so
Shore.
it is, okay, good.
So initially, Phase 2 was from Sumter to Biscayne. And that's where that larger number was without the bridge, okay? Because we had some funding grant funding for the bridge. So what we're doing now, we've kind of broke that up into a Phase 2A and B. We're currently working on Phase 2A, which includes the section, as you discussed, from Sumter just to the west of the bridge. And we do have grant funding for the bridge.
Right.
And then we're going to.
That was
use some-
SRQ, no?
Correct, and
Yes.
some transportation impact fees to cover that other stretch.
So why do we really need it? I mean, personally, I like that everybody's on a 2-lane road and going slow as they go past the schools and all that. And, you know, traffic's relative. I mean, you know, just go up north, go out to the West Coast, go to any metropolitan area and then come back here and we don't have any traffic issues at all in this city, comparably speaking. So everything is relative, but why widen it? $23 million that we could utilize. You could utilize it. Every department could utilize it. I don't know, you know, I'm just asking the question because we should look at every stone should be, you know, turned over.
And I would just add, if I may, Mayor, that FDOT is requiring us to improve the roads out east before they'll consider looking at the exchange again.
Moving the exchange.
So I'm sort of thinking Phase 2A ought to be Yorkshire to start widening and improving Price from Yorkshire west,
If that's what they require.
if
FDOT.
it can help meet that requirement. I mean, we need to do everything we can to accelerate that area.
We do, we just, I don't think, we also just don't want to do anything that's going to cause us to lose that significant grant windfall. But anyway, I'll refer to Chuck.
So the section, again, that we're moving forward with is from Sumter just past the bridge. We had conversations after that, during that time when we were talking SRQ funding for that. And the impression that we got from commission at that time was there wasn't really an interest to go out to Biscayne any further at this time. So as far as I know, we don't have any money dedicated to that. So there's nothing to pull back from that. That's just a CIP that eventually that roadway is going to have to be widened. We want it on the radar.
Right.
So that project is there, just like Phase 3 out
But
east.
I'm talking the piece from Sumter right there to right past the bridge. I mean, that's,
So we've got somewhere around between 10 and 12 million dollars coming for that project. So I would not want to walk away from that grant money.
yeah, but isn't that the SRQ? That's for the
It is.
bridge. But I'm talking about the right, and it's $22 million in the CIP list for Price 2. That's funded. Is it not funded?
Where's
It's
that?
not
I don't think it's
funded.
funded.
2's unfunded?
It shows unfunded and it's outside of the 10-year.
Right, that's Phase 2B.
Right.
Okay, so I guess if
Yeah.
it's unfunded, then it's unfunded. We
Yeah.
don't have to worry about it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's not, yeah. Just, I want us to be clear that, that it's based on what we're talking about with Phase 1 and 2A, that money is really tied up with the project and grants that you don't want to sort of separate.
Well, hold it, 2A, and I'm confused. 2A is what?
Sumter to the west side of the bridge.
2A is Sumter to the west side of the bridge, 2B is the other. Right. Out to Biscayne.
Right, so forget about 2B, because that way ain't doing, but 2A, are we talking just the widening or the bridge as well?
It's a combined project because you're widening the bridge to 4 lanes. And that's how we got that grant money. the road has to align, that next little piece that goes, that short piece has to align with the four-lane bridge. And that's that's not the expensive part of that project. The bridge is the expensive part of that project. But it'll also solve those issues that we have with the drainage along there, where you always see the cars stuck because it's so wet. All
So-
that'll be underground.
So the bridge, though, is more, so to do the bridge costs more than 12 million in total?
I want to think the bridge was about 14.
Okay, but we got, what, 10 or 12, I thought,
Correct.
from SRQ.
Correct.
So basically, the bridge is paid for with the grant money, within a couple of mil.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the widening, is that, to do the rest of 2A is $22 million more?
No, sir. I don't, you're looking at that number that's for that whole section out to Biscayne.
Okay.
Right, you're looking at the entire
Okay.
phase two, probably
So
before
we
it was
probably
split.
ought to clean up that number, since it's unfunded anyway, but get it out of there so that we don't think it's something we got to spend. Because I was looking at it, and even though it was unfunded, it's still $22 million of CIP project that we were looking for money for, and obviously, we don't need it. We need a portion of it, small, whatever, to augment the 12 million from SRQ.
Correct, and understand that most of those funds for that kind of project, as much as we can, will come from transportation impact fees, which are very restricted.
Which is very
So you're not going to be able to move those in
But it isn't
too many
like you got
places.
a little bit of transportation challenges that you couldn't redeploy some transportation money to.
Absolutely, we
Yeah.
have plenty of those.
Absolutely. Cool. Anything else? Anybody got anything while I look? I mean,
I'll make him walk down. again.
I'm going to wheel round.
Yeah, make him walk down. with you.
Right.
Yeah, while you look, the only other one I had on here was back to my favorite one, Warm Mineral Springs, $4 million for the connection. Is that funded? Because I just couldn't, we moved through those sheets so quick. We funded that, didn't we? The 4 million, that's for the Legacy Trail?
And it is not funded. Let me go back and find it. It was earlier on. It was on page, it was number 84. So 84 and, excuse me, line item 84 and 85. The 60 acres is sort of unfunded for $5 million. And I would sort of put that one to the side because you're still deciding on what you want to do with the 60 acres.
Right.
But the other $5.5 million that we need to do the project total for what we've already committed to doing, we have roughly $11 million that is appropriated.
And we need about
have
another
$5.5 million that is unfunded.
Unfunded, that's
Correct.
to do the improvements for the 20 acres.
Correct.
Right. What about the Legacy Trail connector? That was 4 million, of which I knew we had some grants. $1.5 million, I want to say, of grant money that we were going after. So what left us, I want to say like a little over $3 million that we needed.
Right. So that's funded. It was $4.7 million. The $7 million is $700,000 is funded. The $4 million is unfunded for the Legacy Trail, and that is line number 54.
Okay, so that's still unfunded.
Correct.
All right, so I haven't figured out how to pay for that yet. Okay, plus the 5 million we need for, you better triple those fees.
Got to
Might
pay
as
for
well piss
itself.
off everybody today.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all I got. I know you'll be happy, Vice Mayor, that's.
Well, yeah, it's got to pay for itself.
Commissioner Petro.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And we don't need.
We got another meeting at 5, sir, just saying.
That's right, so you got a window to work with.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a quick technical question regarding Legacy Trail. I know we are responsible for the city of Northport portion, but yet we, as residents of the city, we've been collected, or we are required to pay, I think it's 0.0396 millage rate on our ad valorem taxes. How's that come into the entire picture? I mean, we paying for our own, and then we paying for the county. So if you look at the city, if you look at your Florida tax collector
That's a great question.
I
To
never,
the county.
I really want to know the answer. We paying twice.
No, actually, we're contributing, as are all the other entities or whatever within Sarasota County, to the Legacy Trail bonds, I believe.
Is that a bond?
We pay in our taxes, we're helping to pay for all of the Legacy Trail in the county, as is everybody else in the county. We're all paying into that, but this would be the connection from the end of Sumter, from the trailhead, from that little bridge by Price and past Biscayne, from there and bringing it right down into War Mineral Springs and right down into the front there with a trailhead. So that 4 million, that became the city's burden, even though we own the land anyway, in order to make that happen. And despite my continued consternation over it, commission voted to support that and pay for that. So, but it's unfunded, so we haven't figured out the money. I couldn't, like I say, we went through them fast, so I couldn't tell if we'd already funded it. I thought maybe I could make one more shot at moving the money, but it isn't funded anyway. But if we do that, and again, it dovetails in with the plan for the overall 60 acres and the enhancement of the springs and all that. So not to relitigate the need for all that, having the Legacy Trail connector, it's a good thing in the long run. I would love if we didn't have to pay for it. And maybe there's grant money and other ways to raise some money to do that, but in the meantime, it didn't fund it anyway.
I just don't want to pay us double.
Nah, we're not paying double, just paying more.
I was just curious, why are we paying twice? Well,
As we keep expanding, because it's a new section and it would be us that's building it, us that's doing it.
Okay, that's it.
Anybody got anything else?
Absolutely, we have.
You always say that, Vice Mayor.
I'm just trying to be positive, that's all.
I mean, we haven't even worked a full day yet. Go ahead, give me the finger.
No, I'm good.
Anybody got anything else on this?
Thank you.
Good, sir.
Yep, thank you all.
Yeah, you guys good. Really appreciate indulging us because like it really, you know, I was saying at the break, I'm not sure how often it's been, at least in the 4, 5, 6 years I've been watching, how engaged commission and staff has been in this area of our budget. And it really is important. This is where the biggest dollars are, the biggest challenges are, both currently and future. So, you know, it won't be the last time we visit all this stuff, but, you
See you
know,
in September.
yes, that's good.
And
Gives us
I
a
would-
month rest.
And
then
I
again
would
next
say,
year.
we're
Right.
sort of laughing a lot because it beats crying.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we
That's
will,
right.
we'll have
There's
some
no crying
updates.
in
We'll have
City
some
Hall.
updates for you in September.
That's right. So thank you all. It is 3:39 and
Public comment.
wait a minute.
Wait.
Any
Right.
general public comment?
No public comment, sir.
All
That
day.
is truly hard to believe. So with that, at 3:39, I adjourn this workshop.